been doing UFC, we've been doing World Cup. We've still got some World Cup games coming up, even though the mighty England are out. We've still got both of the semi-finals, so we are doing the semi-finals tomorrow and Wednesday. And then, of course, we will be doing the third place game, which I believe is Saturday, and then the final, which is Sunday. So 4 more World Cup games, and that's it then. Only 4 more games to go. So, yeah, we're going to be doing those this week. They restart tomorrow. So if you are around, join us. Join us for those. But it is nice. It is nice to be here and be getting ready to do Raw and doing wrestling. And I've said before, like, we're not really building to anything. I suppose we might be building to that December 30th show now that's going to have John Cena. We might be building towards that, but it doesn't really feel like there's anything massive that we're building towards. I suppose right now I'm a little concerned that the shows are just going to be as they are because we're not really building to anything. I suppose I'm a little bit concerned that they're just going to stay at this standard, which is fine, passable, 6.5, 7 out of 10. I feel like that's where the shows are. But I'm really hoping that we get something that blows our minds. I'm really hoping that we get something where we're like, that is a 8, 8.5. That is amazing. Like, I'm hoping that we get something like that, a show like that. Maybe it's tonight. I really don't know. My feelings are it might be next week. I feel like we could get something big if Alexa goes on to face Bianca. Like, we could get something quite tasty then. We could get something quite big then. Maybe there'll be something dramatic in regards to Bray, and maybe that story will be furthered and pushed along a little bit more. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some options. Obviously, Roman could defend the title as well. If Roman's going to defend on SmackDown, then that's going to be a massive show, of course. So, there's definitely things that can happen to give us that OMG moment, to give us that big show feel. As I said, maybe it's tonight. I don't think it will be. The shows are still fine. But at the moment, I would say they're bobbing around a 7 for me, which is, solid. It's kind of what you expected when you go into a Raw or a SmackDown. So I do find myself just going, could that be something there? Could that be something there? Would that just pick things up a little bit? Could that be leading to that? Could that go down here? I am just trying to find where we could find like those OMG moments. Otherwise, it's the Rumble. And the Rumble's still a long way away. That's the end of January. That's a long way off, So I'm sure there'll be some twists and turns before then. And let's see what they've got in store for us tonight. In regards to tonight, we know some of the card. We don't know all of the card. They never give us all of the cards. But we know some of the cards. We've got Bayley versus Alexa, number 1 contenders match. So we've got that coming up. We've got Bobby versus Seth. That's another number 1 contenders match. That's for the United States Championship, of course. And then we've got Candice versus Iyo. That's obviously Candice was attacked by Damage Control. This is Candice trying to get some revenge. So few little bits to keep an eye on. Obviously, we saw Alexa do Sister Abigail last week. So we are just going to keep an eye out to see if she's going to do Sister Abigail again. Or is she going to do a different move? Is she going to do something else that's Bray related? So we're going to keep an eye on that. Also, if Bobby spears or attacks an official, he's in big trouble. They made a big deal out of that last week. So we need to keep an eye on if that happens this week. And then Candice and Iyo, Nikki Cross. We've pointed it out during the watch-along. She's in the background. She's been in the background twice now during Candice little backstage segments. So is it going to be a case that Nikki Cross makes her presence felt during this match? So a few little things just to keep an eye out there. And then obviously, there's been rumors about Chelsea Green returning. Could she return at some point? Don't think it would be tonight, but we have been seeing people come back. We saw Tegan Nox return not that long ago. Of course, we saw Sarah Logan, Valhalla, return as well. So she is now back on the show. So rumors around Chelsea Green have circulated. She could be coming back very, very soon. Certainly expect her before the Rumble. So maybe that's another thing just to keep an eye on. So, yeah, plenty to keep your eyes on as we go into Raw tonight. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hodgepodge said, why is my chat not on screen? It is. Hodgepodge, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Ayana, hello. Hope you're well as well. I think we've just got people saying hello to everyone in the chat at the moment. So I hope everyone is okay and doing well. As we said, big interesting show coming up. I didn't get a chance to see the big interesting show at the weekend, unfortunately. The big interesting show at the weekend was NXT Deadline. They did do a Ring of Honor as well, and I did put a tweet out. A big thank you to everyone that's been jumping over onto the Twitter. Obviously, I've got a Twitter account, which is Wrestling Days YT, at Wrestling Days YT. I have been using that and jumping over there. It's a very small account, and obviously it's growing, but I am trying to put some tweets out. And actually, in a way, it's made me rethink Twitter a little bit, to be honest. I've always used Twitter primarily to just send out links to the videos. That's been its primary purpose. And then if I do ever have any musings throughout the day, if I do have any ponderings, then it does give me a platform to just put those ponderings out there. But now that I can't really share the streams on there, it's kind of made me rethink Twitter. And I do find myself putting more just thoughts out there now, and more ponderings. Just as I'm reading things throughout the day, something pops into my head. Normally I would just keep it to myself, maybe save it for the stream. But now I've just started using Twitter more for that. And I can see that carrying on that way, to be honest, because I can't really share stream links anymore, because that's what got it took down, is that Twitter thought that they were links to the actual shows that I was sharing, copyrighted material, that I was being one of those pirated accounts that was sending people to the actual shows. So I have to be careful with it, otherwise this account will probably be deleted as well. So video links I can definitely share, but links to these streams, I can't. This is why, if you are a fan of the streams and you enjoy sharing your thoughts in the chat, that's why I would urge that you do subscribe to the channel. We never talk about that, we never bang on about that, but I can't send the links out anymore onto Twitter, and it's very frustrating, but as you said, it is making me rethink about how we use Twitter. But yeah, I heard some really good stuff about NXT. I heard that it was a really good show. People seem to like the Iron Challenge matches. And obviously we got new champions in the New Day. My understanding is that Bron Breakker retained. I mean, it's worth talking about the New Day thing, of course, because that means that the NXT tag titles should be showing up on SmackDown. It also means that they could be defending those titles on SmackDown. Also means that, of course, we expect to see them on NXT tomorrow. So, New Day are going to be regulars on NXT in the short term. We've seen this before with the likes of Dolph Ziggler, of course. Dolph Ziggler going down. We saw Solo Sikoa as well, having the NXT North American title whilst he was on the main roster. So this is something they've done before, and it gives NXT a lovely boost. And obviously, New Day, a massive act. So, we just get another reason why to tune into Tuesdays, really. So, yeah, big news. Asib said, I know you probably want to move on to England, but how were you so calm when Kane missed the penalty? Mainly because I was really worried about the fact that he had to take his second in the game. I think that I was calm because part of me really thought there's a really good chance he's going to miss this. The first one I was quite calm, I think, because there was still plenty of time in the match. The second one I felt quite calm because I just really thought there was a really good chance he was going to miss. I was not confident at all. I wasn't sat there thinking, right, 2-2, we're back into it, let's get to extra time. That never crossed my mind at all. What was going through my mind in that moment was he's already had to take one penalty. Right now, I know he is going to be questioning himself. He's going to be thinking, hang on, I went this way last time. Do I change? Do I go the other way? Should I go straight down the middle? Should I boot it? Should I roll it? And that's the worst thing when you're taking a penalty. It's the worst thing, really. If you're taking a penalty, what you want to know is exactly what you're doing. You want to grab the ball, right? I'm going to boot it, top right corner. That's it. And nothing changes your mind. Don't look at the keeper and think he's going to get it. He's going to say it. Just do it. Commit to it and give it your all, right? If the keeper gets there, the keeper gets there. But, I mean, you go for it, basically. And I just knew that he was questioning himself. Because to have 2 penalties in the same half against his teammate as well. They both play at Tottenham, so they know each other really well. I was already, I think, kind of resigned to the fact that there was a really good chance he was not going to be scoring it. A really good chance. So, that's why I was staying quite calm on it, because I don't think that I was getting carried away. Because had he have scored, I would have lost my mind, of course. But I was quite resigned to the fact that it probably wasn't going to go in. Elliot said, reportedly, Triple H is going to make his main matches for WrestleMania. This includes Brock Gunther. Do you think Gunther loses on Friday? No. Maybe set up Brock in the Rumble. Maybe. Gunther versus Brock has been reported today. Elliot, hello, by the way. My thoughts on it are that I don't mind that match. I would much rather Gunther versus Cena if I could choose. I would rather Gunther versus Cena, but there's been reports that Cena might not be available for WrestleMania, but then I've also heard reports that he is going to be available for WrestleMania. So there's been these conflicting reports going around. My feeling on it is that I think Gunther and Brock is a great match to make. I can totally see it being a banger. It's one that you can totally put me down for. But again, this is where I've already put my musings and ponderings onto Twitter. And I stand by, obviously, what I said, which is, love it, ain't got a problem with it. My only concern would be if Brock was to win and win convincingly. Because we saw him destroy Dean Ambrose, for example, at WrestleMania. We've seen plenty of Brock matches where he's gone in there and he's beaten somebody up and looked like really good and the beast and all of this. If he's going to do that to Gunther, that doesn't do anything for Gunther. That's no good to Gunther. I don't want to hear people going, yeah, but he got to go on WrestleMania. He got to share the ring with Brock. Like, he got all the build. Like, how can you say he got nothing? It doesn't do anything. Like, people watching Gunther are only going to be impressed with Gunther or wanting to see more from Gunther if he's going to give a good account of himself, right? Now, it doesn't mean he has to win, but it does mean that if he's going to lose, he's got to look good in defeat, right? It is possible to look good in defeat. We've seen plenty of matches where afterwards someone's won, but you say, no one really lost that. That was an absolute banger. But I mean, like Sheamus versus Gunther, fantastic example. Gunther wins that match, but afterwards you're just applauding it, going, no one lost that. That is a banger. In my opinion, Sheamus came out of that match elevated more than he was when he went in, because it was such an amazing match. It was so credible. It was so good that I think people just gained more respect for Sheamus. Sheamus has been on a great run this year. He has had a great year. And that match is, dare I say, the pinnacle, might be the best part of his year, and he lost it. So even in defeat, you can still look good. I wouldn't say that he has to win, Gunther, but I would say that he can't get destroyed. He can't get destroyed. You can't have Brock going in there and just smashing him around. And I don't know how concerned I am of that happening. I think I've got confidence that Triple H will book it right. I think I've got confidence that Triple H will make sure that doesn't happen. But it's still a little concern. We've seen it before from Brock. I just wonder if Brock's now maybe entering a different stage in his career, because we are seeing him lose a lot now. So obviously he's been losing a lot to Roman, for example. He didn't look that great against Bobby recently. I mean, if you remember, Bobby had him in a hurt lock, had the hurt lock applied, had him down, and then Brock was had to flip over to get the pin, and then was getting choked out after. And so, like, Brock didn't look that great in that victory. He had a victory, but he didn't look brilliant in that victory. So I do wonder if we're now just using Brock in a slightly different way. So, I mean, look, nothing's certain in WWE. I would like to think they would give the win to Gunther, but there's no guarantee they will do that. But the only thing I would ask is, if he is going to lose, let's at least make it a hell of a match. Let's at least make it a banger. And I think in Triple H, I can trust. I think in Triple H, I can have a bit more confidence than I maybe would if this was Vince. So, yeah, put me down for it, but there is just that little tinge of concern, that we're gonna like bury Gunther. And I don't want to see that. I mean, I really think what we should be doing is building him up so that when we've got a babyface champion, Gunther is going to be the opponent. Gunther is your go-to monster. He is the Andre the Giant. He is King Kong Bundy. He is Sergeant Slaughter. He is Iron Sheik. He is, one of those big, monstrous heels that Hulk Hogan would have to try and take down. Like, if Hogan was still around, Hogan versus Gunther, WrestleMania main event, it should just write itself. It should just absolutely write itself. So I'm kind of hoping that we can continue to build up Gunther and get him to that level. Because, if Cody wins the title, Cody's going to have to defend against people. And Gunther would be a fantastic option. Can you imagine Cody Rhodes against Gunther? And I'm sure these are all plans that Triple H has got, but that's why we need to protect Gunther. That's why we've got to keep building him, because he's going to be really important when a babyface gets those belts. So, Elliot, shout out to you. Love that comment, buds. Seba, hope you well, buddy. Shout out to you. Retribution said, I was seeing us already in the semis when we'd got that second penalty. So after that miss, I was devastated. Hope you're feeling a bit better now, Retribution. Let's go down. Days, there's rumors going around that Triple H is trying to get CM Punk back to WWE since he's not with AEW now, says Kian. To be honest, I haven't seen those rumors, but I can believe that he has reached out or that WWE have reached out. I don't think that's the problem, personally. I don't think that side was ever really the issue. I think that WWE would be interested in CM Punk because WWE has repeatedly shown that they're only really motivated by making money. They've done so many things that have just been to generate hype and money. Let's go Logan Paul in his, third match being put in a main event against Roman Reigns. That clearly is not for storyline. That is clearly not for the good of pro wrestling. That is only to get hype out there and get the name out there and get try and get it as viewed as possible, get as many views, try and get as many of Logan's fans to tune in and all that kind of stuff. So WWE has shown that it will do whatever it needs to do. And it's shown this for a long time. It's no secret. Right? This isn't a big reveal in 2022 that WWE loves money. So they, unsurprisingly, would be interested in CM Punk. That side of it has never been a problem, I don't think. I think the problem has always been CM Punk. I think CM Punk hates WWE. I think he hates working there. I think that, he was champion. He was never booked as being the top guy. When he was champion, he was still struggling to get into the main events. There was always, Undertaker that was ahead of him or someone else that was bigger. John Cena was still booked as being the bigger star, even though CM Punk had the belts, and that really frustrated him. As well as that, he just found himself being booked in feuds he didn't want to go into. He didn't have any respect for Triple H. He called Triple H Vince McMahon's doofus son-in-law. So he doesn't have any respect for Triple H. He doesn't like Triple H. So the problems, I think, are all on CM Punk's side. Add in the fact that he then sued the WWE doctor when he left because he wasn't happy with the medical advice he'd been receiving from WWE. add in the fact that he got his release papers on his wedding day. One of the happiest days of the year. Or what's that in the post? You've been released from WWE. Like, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of water that's gone underneath the bridge. And I don't think that CM Punk is really a forgiving man. I very much think CM Punk's the kind of person that bears a grudge. The only thing I would say, though, is that have AEW upset him more? Is it a case now that, like, the number one wrestling company has upset him? He's gone to the number two wrestling company. They've now upset him. Could he now find himself just going back just to stick it to AEW? Could it be that, he goes back just so that he can help give WWE a bit of a boost and stick a finger up to, Omega and the Bucks and those guys? I really don't know. I really, really don't know. I don't know how his relationship is with Tony Khan now. He always spoke really well of Tony Khan, but that was before the suspension and everything that happened. So it'd be really interesting to know how he feels about Tony now, how he feels about AEW now. And as of right now, I believe he's still under an AEW contract. He's not been released yet. So, and there had been talk of lawsuits and lots of things happening. Didn't Larry get injured? I'm sure it came out that Larry got injured. That is going to be, there are certain lines that you would imagine that if they got crossed, there's no way back. And Larry getting injured in a scuffle backstage at an AEW show, like that's a red line. Surely. That's going to be really hard to see how they're going to overcome that one. So it's messy. It's really bad. Very toxic, but it's toxic not just with AEW. It was, really bad with WWE as well. I don't know. I really don't know what his future holds. My gut feeling, and it's nothing more than a gut feeling, is that he likely won't go back to WWE. If he still wants to do some wrestling, then we might see him like maybe go to New Japan and do something over in New Japan. I could see him like having a match or so over there just to get that final whatever he's got left out of his system. Maybe have that one goodbye match, maybe him against a Carter at Wrestle Kingdom or something like. But that nothing's going to be sorted until his contract with AEW is sorted. So it's a very interesting situation. It's very interesting. Braun versus Gunther needs to happen before Brock versus Gunther, says Angel. Big Time Baxter said, apparently Meltzer thinks that TV right fees coming up, AEW is looking to get a large increase, but they might need to rely on Punk to get the numbers back up to around 900,000. It's interesting. I think the whole numbers thing's interesting because I think that TNT are largely going to be happy. This is why when the ratings come up, we're always talking about, like, a lot of wrestling fans think they know what ratings mean, but I'm not of that opinion because I have no idea what the expectations are from the TV companies. My guess is that the TV companies will always want more ratings, but I think there must be a number that they're largely going to be satisfied with, and as long as AEW are around that 900,000, that's where they've been. I've got to think that if AEW can continue to bring that on a weekly basis, as long as the money works for TNT, I don't know how much TNT get from the ad revenue for that. If a show gets 900,000 in ratings, then how much ad revenue does that generate? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you that number. So, that's how they make their money, of course. So they make their money through that. Out of that pot of money, they then have to pay for AEW, and then what's left over goes to the station. So, how much that pot of money is, I don't know, but that's obviously going to decide how much they feel they can give to AEW. But I've got to think that about 900,000 probably does make sense, yes. Probably does make sense. That's where it's been, and that's where they seemingly were happy to give an extension. I think it was on TBS, wasn't it? That TBS was so happy that they actually extended AEW's contract. So it seems like these numbers have been pleasing. I'd imagine they'd continue to be pleasing in a world where ratings are just going in one direction. You know, TV ratings are going one way in the long term. They're not going up. They're going down. So I've got to think that if you can hold flat at 900,000, then I think it's got to be acceptable. That would be my guess. But it's, again, nothing more than a guess. Ryan Gambler, hello, says, good evening, Days. Will we see more Bray tonight? So in regards to Bray, I mean, I'm not expecting to actually see him because he's on SmackDown. But I think what we will see is, you know, we've been seeing the logo behind Alexa. I expect to see the logo behind Alexa. I expect to see maybe Alexa using Sister Abigail or something along those lines. Like, I think there's definitely things that we could get tonight. But I don't expect to see Bray. And I don't know that it's going to be anything more than a logo and Sister Abigail. I'm not really expecting anything more than that. They've kept it really quiet when it comes to Raw. It's like a nice little touch. It's a little moment, but it's nothing ever more than that. It's never more than just a logo or a stare. It's never more than a logo and a Sister Abigail. You know, it's not like we ever see puppets or masked people in the background, you know? So I think that this is got big potential tonight for something because she's got a big match. That says to me there's probably going to be a backstage moment. It'd be very interesting to see what happens in the backstage moment. She's obviously got a match as well. So where you're guaranteed to get a lot of Alexa, and we're going to get a lot of Alexa tonight, that's where I think that we can be assured that we're going to be seeing something interesting. So, yeah, not Bray, but something connected to Bray. James said, great numbers for SmackDown, and it's great about Regal being president in WWE. Yeah, James, shout out to you. So, James sent me a tweet, which was that the ratings had come through for SmackDown, and they were 2.3 million, which is good. That is good numbers, 2.3 million. You know, we're talking about shows trying to hold. We tend to say 2.2 is SmackDown. So 2.3 is a little bump, a little increase. Lovely at this time of year as well. That's nice. It's nothing sizable. It's nothing dramatic, but it's not a drop-off either. So they are managing to hold firm at the moment. So very, very good there for SmackDown. And yeah, the news about William Regal, apparently he's going back to WWE in January, and he is going to be a vice president now. That sounds amazing, and it is amazing, but it's not quite as crazy as what it sounds, because you can be a vice president of different departments. For example, Shawn Michaels is vice president of talent development. Right? So some of these titles can be a little bit like, they can be made to sound a lot bigger than they actually are. You know, in some people's minds, vice president might be just that one step below Stephanie, but that's not the case. You can be a vice president of something, vice president of live events, vice president of talent development, vice president of, I don't know, whatever, catering, right? So he's going to be a vice president. I don't know what he's a vice president of, right? I would imagine he will be a direct report to Triple H. I would imagine so. Or he goes to NXT and he'll be reporting into Shawn Michaels, and he'll have a nice title. And I don't know what it'll be, but, you know. Or maybe he doesn't report to Shawn, but he works alongside Shawn. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's a big title. I don't know quite what it means yet, but I know that, because I found an article that said that Shawn Michaels was vice president of talent development. That was August of this year. So going back, a few months, but that's when he was given that title. So I have to think that it's going to be somewhat similar for William Regal. But I tell you what, though, I'm not trying to diminish it, because what it isn't is it's not him being a trainer. He's not a coach, right? He's not going back to be a GM or like something like this. It is an actual behind the scenes position of power that he is going to have. That is going to be a position of power. How it actually fits into the big system. I have no idea. We don't know quite where he's going yet. But January, vice president. And as we said, that's certainly above what I was expecting him to go back as. There was a lot of talk that he was going to go back just as a trainer because he wanted to work with his son. Well, it's clear that what he's been given is a lot more than that. So, yeah, I'm really pleased for him. Brad said, I love how everyone thinks they know what's going to happen with Bray. Just assuming no one knows what's going to happen. Some people have no patience. I know people aren't used to it, but wait. Trust me, says Brad. Hawkins said, I would like to be vice president on Daisy's Monday Night Raw stream. Marvelin said, did you see Charlie Dempsey? Do you see Charlie Dempsey becoming world champion one day? I don't know. I don't, unfortunately. His style is very niche. That catch-can style. It's very similar to Timothy Thatcher, for example. And it's, it's something that Daniel Bryan has, but Daniel Bryan is able to evolve from. He's bigger than it's. I would say that catch can different holds, mat work. Daniel Bryan has got that, but it's a small part of who he is. Whereas I think that it's a much bigger part as to who Charlie Dempsey is. Charlie Dempsey is like a real throwback, and I just don't think that's going to play very well to the crowd. I think it's there for the fans that want real wrestling. It's there for the fans that want that kind of throwback grappler. You've got to have different characters. You've got to have these different characters and these different wrestling styles. We have the lucha style, for example. We've got the brawling style. Well, this is a different style. This is more the catch-can style, which is wrestling holds and submission holds and, the kind of stuff that Stu Hart was doing in his dungeon, really. And it belongs in WWE. It's got a place in WWE. But I would say it's a style that we don't see that often. There's not loads of people that are doing that. There's people that have got it as part of their arsenal. As we said, Bryan Danielson has got it as part of his arsenal. Pete Dunne, for example, he's definitely got it as a part of his arsenal. He's got all those kind of holds and wrist locks and joint manipulation and all this kind of stuff. So, Pete Dunne has got it as well. But Charlie Dempsey, it's a big part of who he is, and they're really trying to get him over as that throwback wrestler. And unless they can really flesh out his personality, unless they can get the crowds to really feel a connection with him, I think that his wrestling style is going to have limited impact on kids and families. And, it's so hard, isn't it, when you've got people flipping in the air, doing a million moves and being so eye-catching. You think about the Lucha Bros, you think about the Young Bucks, you think about, I don't know, Axiom in NXT, for example, or Scripps that they've got now, doing all this high-flying stuff. Someone like Charlie Dempsey, it's going to be really hard for that style to really get the pulse racing compared to all of that. So, it's a bit niche. It's something that I think definitely deserves to have a place in WWE. It's a style that I personally really enjoy. But can I see Charlie Dempsey going on to be a world champion? I'm struggling with that. I think it's really crowded anyway. I think even if you are massively over and a big success, I think it's really hard to get to that level anyway. Ask Cesaro, for example, who was really over, a fantastic wrestler. Crowd loved him. Vince McMahon did that famous interview where he said Cesaro just wasn't grabbing the brass ring. Everyone felt sorry for him, thought it was going to result in him being pushed to the belt, and it just never happened, did it? Just never happened. It's really hard to get there. If you think about how long The Miz has been in WWE, he's got there twice. And you think about Kofi, how long Kofi's been around. He's got there once. And it wasn't even meant to happen, was it? Bryan Daniel Bryan, he got to a world title in all fairness. He did get to the world heavyweight title, but the WWE title, the bigger one at the time. That was never meant to happen for him. He was never meant to go for that at WrestleMania 30. So someone like Charlie Dempsey, I think, I can definitely see Intercontinental belt around his waist. I can definitely see that. I can see him getting to a main roster. I can see him being used, but I just think he might find himself getting overshadowed unless we can find a way of making him look cool, brutal, fleshing out his personality. Hopefully he's got killer promos. I've seen a few backstage things, but I haven't seen him like cutting like a proper promo. But if he's got like all of that, and of course everyone knows it's William Regal's son, maybe then we can start to dream. But I think where we are right now, it's hard to see him going to a title, a world title. CM Punk, Colt Cabana were sued by WWE Doctor for slander, not the other way round. I thought they sued him. I thought CM Punk sued the Doctor, to be honest. The Doctor. So was it that they went onto the podcast and said stuff about the Doctor, and then the Doctor sued them? Because I honestly thought he sued the Doctor. But either way, a trial happened. Out of that then came like the big fallout between CM Punk and Colt Cabana. And so that's why they're not friends now, because of the fact that Colt said that he was going to have his legal bills looked after by CM Punk. CM Punk did not do that. And so, that then fractured their friendship. And the whole thing just deteriorated. So I think for CM Punk to go back, like, it still remains, doesn't it? It's a big barrier, I think, there. So I just can't see it. James said, I honestly love all kinds of wrestling, brawling, flippy floppy, technical violence. More the better. MKMCD said, I think Rhea Ripley is going to announce her entry for the Women's Royal Rumble tonight, which will add a lot of build-up since she is a favourite to win. Fair play, William Regal has worked harder than Phil Jones's agent to get this much exposure in 2022, says Steve. Alexa Bliss Gamer said, I'm excited to see what we can get from Alexa Bliss tonight. Coaster Maniacs is in the house as well. Coaster Maniacs, shout out to you. I did put out the tweet earlier, and I said I would mention it as well. But yeah, Coaster Maniacs has hit a bit of hard times. Happens to us all. And with Christmas around the corner, there is a GoFundMe page so that he can get some gifts for his 3-year-old son. So my heart goes out to Coaster Maniacs. Being hitting hard times. Let's put it that way. Hitting hard times. 2 weeks before Christmas. I mean, it's mental. But shout out to you dudes, and I hope the Christmas is going to be fantastic anyway. I saw that the GoFundMe had really had already been like a success. It looks like it's been a fantastic success. Like, you look at it and it's like definitely been worth setting up, because sometimes with those things you can do and just think like, well, nothing might happen here, but I've got to do something. But it's brilliant. When I went onto it and clicked onto it, you could see that people had responded. So I don't think you was too far off your target when I looked earlier. So yeah, big shout out to you. Hopefully, whatever happens, you should be able to have a fantastic Christmas. But if you do want to give to Coaster Maniacs, then the link is on the Wrestling Days YT Twitter account. Brad said, I'm thinking of starting a WWE YouTube channel. Do you have any advice, as you are a legend of WWE YouTubers? Wouldn't say legend. God. And should be put in the Hall of Fame. Advice for WWE YouTubers. Yeah, my advice would be, you're going to have to upload every day, because you are going to be... Competing isn't the right words, right? Because there is more than enough time in people's days for people to watch whatever they want to watch, right? Some people maybe not, but most people, can watch, 20 videos, 30 videos. It's not a problem to watch quite a bit on YouTube. So competing isn't the right word, but I suppose you are competing for where you appear in the search engine, for example. I mean, like, I think for my channel, this channel, I think people know that we stream Raw, SmackDown, NXT, UFC of a Saturday, and, you know, other little bits and bobs as well. You know, we do the premium live events and all that. I think a lot of people know that now. We've been doing this a long time. So I suppose I don't have to worry so much about it where this is in a search engine, because I think the majority of people probably just come to the channel. They're just like used to hanging out. And so I think they probably just come here. So I don't really have to worry about that for these streams. But if you're just starting out, that is going to be a concern, isn't it? Because people aren't going to think to come to you because you haven't been doing it for a long time. So you have to just think that, well, every video you put out is going to be going into a search engine. The higher up in the search engine that you want to get, obviously, the better. So really, you have to be thinking about who's out there, what content are they making, where can you find a niche, where can you find a little angle that you could approach. If you was just to do videos like everyone else, then I don't think it would really work, to be brutally honest. I don't think it would work because everyone else, people are already getting that elsewhere. So why would they come to you? Why would they come to you if they can already get it? You've got to really bring something different. So what I would say is you're going to have to upload regular. You're going to have to upload something that's not out there. Everyone's looking for that little angle. Everyone's looking for that little point of difference. It's very difficult. It's not an easy thing to do. I think if you're young, I would say do it, but do it as a hobby. Don't do it like as a way of like thinking I'm going to be super famous or anything like that. 'Cause honestly, what tends to happen is that people start it, they don't really get anywhere, and then they stop, and that's it. That's a lot of people's YouTube journeys, right? Whereas, I mean, I don't know if Wrestle with Andy's around, but ask Wrestle with Andy. I would say Wrestle with Andy is probably one of the biggest inspirations in the wrestling YouTuber community. I reckon like to give Wrestle with Andy his props, give him his flowers. He joins us on a regular basis. And he might not be here now, right, when I'm saying nice things about him. But I've known him for a long, long time. We actually did a video together a long, long time ago. And he was making content that was so good. It was so good. I would watch his old videos and I'd be like, damn, man, I wish I could make that kind of video. It's informative. It's interesting. It's like you can watch that video and you just want to watch one of his other videos. But he just was really struggling to like break through, really. People were just not really, and I have no idea why. It's just hard. But like he was doing well for himself, but he wasn't getting the kind of success he's getting now. And success he absolutely 100 million% deserves as well. So he had to grind. And then he obviously came across his new video format style. Great looking thumbnails, great videos. Just it ticks every box, man. If you've not checked out his channel, it's brilliant. It's a brilliant channel, but he's always been brilliant. And he's had to work so hard to get there. So I've got just so much respect for Wrestle with Andy. And that is grinding. That is hard work. That is just going back and trying something different. You know, if something's not working, tweak it. If you really believe in it, keep doing it. 'Cause maybe people will find you eventually. But it's not easy, man. It's really, really not easy. So you've just got to keep grinding away. So yeah, go into it. Try and have fun. Upload every day. That would be my advice. And see if you can find something that's not already being done. AWC said you missed my last super chat. I'm sorry, dudes. Let me see what I can find. Let's go up. AWC Legend said, Days, you should do cool Christmas designs for the rest of December for the stream. Cool Christmas designs. Well, we changed over the AEW stream with like a bit of a Christmassy background. I mean, I suppose we could change over these ones, but I wouldn't really want all of them to be the same. I wouldn't really want them all to be the same. There he is. Stop the simping. There he is, lurking in the shadows as always. No, I mean it. I genuinely mean it. I've said on streams before where like Wrestle with Andy has done videos, and I've looked at them and gone, man, I wish I could do videos like that. Like, it's so entertaining. It's so informative. Just really, really good stuff. So if you've not checked out his channel, obviously go and do that. But what I love about Wrestle with Andy, as I said, and I'm going to stop the simping, is the grind, man, the hard work. I really appreciate channels that put that grind in. Same with like Dave in real life. Look at him. Dave in real life, constantly churning out stuff, man. Constantly putting out stuff. And constantly trying to, entertain and get like different things out. I've worked with him a little bit as well, trying to give him a few ideas and see if there's like different things that he could bring onto his channel. And eternal respect to Dave in real life. I think anyone that's out there that's doing that grind, they've got my respect. If you're out there, you're working hard, you're doing that grind, then respect. I think there's a lot of kids that see some of these YouTubers, which, I don't know, I can't really comment because I don't really watch YouTubers, but I think there's some that just see the numbers and see, like, people that upload videos that get like 2-3 million views. Your KSI types, for example, your Jake and Logan Paul types, your Speed. I show Speed, I've heard of him. That get like these views. I don't think they necessarily appreciate maybe the work that's gone in to get into that level. And for some of them, maybe they haven't had to do it, because I know the Pauls came from TV. So I think they probably had a fan base from TV that they were able to bring over to YouTube. But they've still had to grind. They've still had to do the work on TV to get the fan base to then come over to YouTube, So it's not easy. So anyway, AWC Legend. I should do cool Christmas designs. Maybe. We'll see. It's not high on the to-do list, but maybe I could be a bit more adventurous and put up a flipping Christmas tree or something. Maybe I could do that. Okay, I'd be willing to go that far. Ryan Gambler has put one through, and I don't know if I read Ryan Gambler's because I am pretty rubbish at getting to super chats, as you all know. Hence why I did actually have an alert that used to go out, but I don't even think I have that now. I probably could really do with just a noise. If I'm going to sort something, a noise, a sound every time a super chat comes through, I should probably look to do that. So that'll be on my to-do list. So Ryan Gambler, if I didn't read yours, let me know. If I did and I've just forgot about it, don't worry about it. Forever Red said, morning, thanks for the coverage of the World Cup. Amazing. It stings regarding England, but I still think it's been memorable. Come on, Morocco. Yeah, I'm with you on every part of that, bud. I'm with you on every part. I've loved the World Cup. It didn't really get going for me at the start. There was something that wasn't quite right, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I still don't know. I don't know if it was all the human rights talk, and which is obviously understandable. I don't know if it was all of that, and there was something that was just really... I remember at the start saying that it doesn't feel like the World Cup has kicked off. Well, boy, did the World Cup kick off. It really did. We got some shocks, and it really has been a very entertaining World Cup by the end of it. The England result was disappointing, but as we said, I left it with more pride than anything else. Genuinely, I am actually so surprised with how much this hasn't hurt. This has got to be, out of all of England's dismissals, this has got to be the one that has hurt me the least in my whole life. I've had some where I have been close to tears when England have gone out. I remember Euro 96, I was devastated. I remember Euro 2000 as well, us going out there, and I was devastated. I do think maybe some of it is to do with drinking and being around people, because every time I've seen England go out of a tournament, I've always been in a pub, or I've always been in a club that's got a big screen. I've always been drinking. But like doing the streams, I'm on my own. Obviously, you guys are here, but I'm still in the room on my own. I'm not drinking. And I do just wonder if maybe that made things a lot easier for me personally. I don't know. I really don't know. This is honestly the best I've ever felt after England have gone out. I do also think their performance was so good that I do take a lot from the fact of there was no more we could have done. There was no, other than score the penalty and put away some chances, we were the better team. All the numbers say we were the better team. There's nothing more we could have done. Sometimes it just doesn't fall your way, which I know is not really great to hear, but that's how I've comforted myself. That's what I've comforted myself with. So, Big Time Baxter, hello, buds. Said, Days, I've lost some respect for Sasha. I feel she's got an inflated ego. She's walked out on the company twice, given a WrestleMania moment this year, and fails to be a leader in the division. My feelings on Sasha are a bit confused, to be honest, and I suppose in a way I can't. I've no doubt that she was wrong to walk out. I've said that so many times that I've gone blue in the face, right? I really don't think, I can't think of a reason as to why it would ever be acceptable for you to have a contract with a company and for you to walk out. I understand that she might have been spoken to in a way that was not acceptable, and I do understand that, right? But that situation only came about because she was upset with how she was being booked, right? So she was upset with how she's being booked. She was trying to get it changed. Now, it's clear that that process is not right in WWE. We've spoke about this, right? WWE have to take their blame as well, because if you've got talent that are not happy, there should be a process as to how they can say they're not happy and hopefully try and get it changed. It does seem to be a bit confused there. Like maybe she was told, we'll look at it, and then it turned out nothing got changed. Then she was disappointed again, so she went and spoke to Vince. I think she got called spoilt or shouted at or something along these lines, right? And this is why she walked out. The thing is, for me, whatever has led to her taking that decision and walking out, that to me, none of that stuff should have elevated it to that level. So WWE take their blame, but equally, Sasha and Naomi, they shouldn't be walking out of a show, right? If wrestlers were doing that on a regular basis, we wouldn't have shows, right? The world wouldn't operate. People would be storming out of shows all the time, right? And so it is what it is. I mean, if you was to give Sasha what she wanted, chances are you're going to then upset someone else. Chances are then it's probably not going to work for someone else. Maybe you can get away with it this one time, but what happens the next time Sasha wants something changed, or the next time Sasha's not happy? Like, how many times can you pander to talent? Like, unfortunately, the deal is you sign a contract and you do as you're told. Like it or not, that's the deal. Yes, there should be a process for feedback, but the deal is we'll give you tons of money, right? Tons of money. We'll get behind you. You'll be a big star, right? Bigger than you was when you walked in that door in NXT. So you'll be a big star and you'll have tons of money, right? And you'll have like millions of social media followers, and everyone around the world that watches wrestling will know who you are. All we ask is we need you to do what we're going to ask you to do, basically. And that's the agreement in the contract. So for that to fall apart and for her to walk out with Naomi, clearly things have gone wrong, and Sasha has to share in her blame of that. So my feelings on it are really unfortunate. I wasn't someone that was defending Sasha at that time, because I think she takes blame in it as well as WWE. They take their blame. Let's not get it twisted. So I think that there's blame that can go on all sides. You can have blame. You can have blame. You can have blame. You can have blame. Everyone can have blame. And now it's down to what she wants to do, basically. If I think if she wants to come back to WWE, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it, because hopefully, the reporting process has been improved. Vince has gone. The reporting process has been changed in WWE. And, she's been sat out for months. I mean, she's had a punishment, if you want, by missing so much of TV time. And I'm sure there was probably a fine in there, or she didn't get paid for a certain period of time. Who knows what happened? But I'm sure there was some sort of punishment. Certainly, she's missed out on a lot of TV time. Whether that's a problem for her, I don't know. because she might have just enjoyed the break, to be honest. But either way, whatever. I don't care. We move on, yeah? And so if she wants to come back, fine. I don't have an issue with it. I really don't mind. If she wants to go, though, equally, I don't mind. I don't have a problem with it. I'm not someone that's clamoring for Sasha to return. I don't hate Sasha. I don't have any, ill will towards Sasha. If she goes to New Japan, I'll wish her all the best. If she goes to AEW, I'll wish her all the best. If she goes to Hollywood, I'll wish her all the best. If she comes back to WWE, I'll wish her all the best. Really, I don't really feel anything towards her just to, walk through the whole situation. I don't feel that I'm crazy about Sasha. I'm not someone that's in love with her and her character. If she goes, she goes. If she stays, she stays. That's sort of how I feel about her. And I think she needs to make a decision. And if she's decided that she's going to go now, because it's getting to the point where she's got to negotiate a new contract. If they can't get that contract over the line, if she wants more money, but WWE are not willing to go there, well then, we part ways. It is what it is. And I think it will be a bit of a shame. I think she leaves as a legend, a bona fide Hall of Famer. I think she leaves as someone that made a real difference. She leaves as someone that's got a legion of fans. You can't underestimate her fan base. I mean, as much as we talk about the Sasha stans, they're plentiful and they're passionate. So, she's got this big following. She's got this passionate following. She has managed to get to the point where she's one of the biggest women in the company. She's gone on and done acting in The Mandalorian. She is a multiple-time champion. She's one of those kind of big names that if ever she came back to do a Rumble appearance or something, the place would go bananas. So she's really got herself in a fantastic place. That has been massively helped with the booking, though. Make no mistake about it. WWE put a lot behind her to get her to that level. She was one of the horsewomen. She had the boss character. She just found a groove, and they ran with it, and it all worked, and it was brilliant. So for me, if she is done, I think that it's a sad way for her story to end. I think that we may see a Rumble appearance in the future. We will certainly see her go in the Hall of Fame. I'm adamant about that. I don't see any way that she doesn't go in the Hall of Fame. They would put her in, and I think she would accept going in because it's such a big deal. It's not like a little, I don't care. It's not like a Slammy. Do you know what I mean? If they gave her a Slammy award, she might not bother. But going in the Hall of Fame is such an achievement. It's people dress up, they go, you give your speech. It's a big thing. So I could definitely see her going. It won't be for a long time because I think they'll hold out hope that she'll return at some point, and she really might, in all fairness. Once she's sort of seen the world, tried New Japan, who knows, done something in AEW, maybe done a bit in Hollywood, maybe she might think to herself, I really miss WWE, I do miss that. I miss wrestling in front of my fans. I miss WrestleMania. I miss, and she might want to come back, see if she can negotiate limited dates or try and get a Brock contract or something. But who knows? She might even, because it's still not completely beyond the realms of possibility, that she might negotiate a new deal and stay with WWE. It's just that as of right now, her contract expires in January and she is gone. As of right now, that is it. Expires and done. So because they can't get to the agreed money, basically. They're too far apart. Now, whether that can be negotiated and sorted as we get closer, maybe. But there's no guarantees on that. Brad said, thanks for the advice. I've been thinking about it for a few years. I'm 19. My parents have a channel for eBay reselling. So could you shout them out? It's called Lindsay and Delvin Sellers UK. Boom. What do they sell, though? Because, people might need to know what they sell. Otherwise, no one will be interested in visiting Lindsay and Delvin Resellers UK because they might be selling grains of sand and there might not be a demand for that. But if it's something wrestling connected, people would be interested. Big Time Back said, I'm not convinced about those passionate Sasha stans. I see a lot of them change into other female wrestlers because a lot of them don't like AEW. I think that they are passionate behind Sasha, but it's natural for them to have to move on if she's not going to be around anymore. It's a bit like the boy bands. There was girls that I went to secondary school with that loved like a certain boy band, but as soon as that boy band broke up, it wasn't long until they'd all moved on to the next one. They are passionate about Sasha, but they need Sasha around to remain passionate. So, I think some will stick with her and watch her wherever she goes and be a big fan, but I think there's a lot that want to watch WWE and be part of the conversation about what's happening in WWE. So they will just have to move on to something else. But they'll still be into her next projects. Those same people, I'm sure, would still be interested if she's going to do a film or release an album or something along those lines. But there will be a percentage that have to move on, I don't miss her or Naomi, says nobody. I was looking for Ryan Gambler. I said about that, and then I didn't get a chance to see if Ryan Gambler put anything in. Right, we are live, by the way, guys. We are live. Just been chatting on a few different subjects there, haven't we? Getting our teeth into things. But let's get our teeth into Raw. Here is Bayley. Here's Bayley. Bayley opening the show. People booing. Boo. Kaylee Ray has signed with WWE. She's on main event as Brianna Ray. Oh, I heard she'd had a trial. Okay, so we're going straight into this match, which I think is really strange. But I think that we're going to see Alexa win, and then maybe we get an interview with Alexa later. The reason why I say this is strange is because I was expecting them to build up towards this match so that we could see, like, logos in the background. I thought there would be an interview backstage saying, Alexa, you got a big match tonight. How do you feel about it? Well, yeah, but, I've been on the sidelines for a long time. This is my chance for me to shine. And then the logo's in the background, the Bray logo. Going straight into the match is a bit strange. I wasn't expecting that. But this actually just makes me think even more now that it's going to be Alexa that wins. Because I'm thinking they'll probably catch up with her. They could catch up if she loses, I suppose. But it makes me think they'll probably catch up with her and chat with her after her victory. So I'm thinking she's probably going to win this. I felt she was going to win it anyway. Here's Becky. Becky attacking early. Becky throwing in some shots to Damage Control. So Becky is taking out Damage Control. Again, this is earlier than I expected. I thought this would be during the match. So Becky has got a chair. Bayley is shot. Why are they running away from Becky? Grab a chair. There's two of you. There's one of her. There's two of them. There's one at... And now here's Alexa. Alexa's going to come down. Bayley is on her own. Giant CGI Lily. Okay, so Becky has just ran off, but that's the kind of stuff that really makes Damage Control look quite weak in my eyes. That I think would have been much better if she had attacked one, and then it was more like one was down, the other one's out, well, not outnumbered, but one's been dealt with, and now, like, say, Dakota's down and out cold. She got hit from behind by a chair, and now it's Iyo and Becky. Becky's still got the chair. Like, Io's like, oh my God, it's just me. But seeing two of them running away from Becky. Okay, so Alexa's made her way down. As we said, need to keep an eye if there's going to be a Sister Abigail or something along those lines. Here's Bianca coming down now. Oh, it's all happening, guys. Oh, it's all happening. If someone tells you it's not all happening, they're lying right now. It is all happening. We're 5 minutes into this show. Damage Control have come down. 2 of them have been chased off by Becky. Alexa's made her way down. Bianca's making her way down. Triple H is really going 100% with Becky Lynch, said JB. Charlotte and Naomi and Sasha are going to return to confront Damage Control, says Miguel. Right, here we go then. We are underway. So we are underway. Bayley versus Alexa. And this first match tends to get some time. There's no Damage Control to help Bayley. Riddle has been suspended for drugs tests. Easy 99, shout out to you. Is that true? Cocaine and MDMA. Damn, is that true? Riddle has been suspended for a drugs test. Wellness policy violation. Let's have a look and see what's being said. The reason that WWE wrote Riddle off TV is because he failed another drugs test and he will be sent to rehab. Wow. So yeah, that is just coming through. Came through about 11 minutes ago. Damn. A rehabilitated Riddle coming for the strap. Stuttering Steve said that's sad. Drugs are a hell of a thing. Belair at ringside to watch this. I thought she was coming down to go on to commentary, to be honest. But yes, her chair is in front of the commentary table. It's a bit weird, isn't it? I wonder why they've not had her on commentary. It's the type of thing they normally do. Chin breaker. Riddle can't control his self-shame. Is it in Spanish for anyone? Nope. Alexa, there's press. Throwing down some shots on Bayley. Grabbing Bayley, grabbing her by the hair. Bianca watching. Don't know what that was. She just sort of pushed her down. Double knees by Alexa. Flips over, looks for the pin. 2, shoulder up by Bayley. Alexa grabbing a hold of the arm. We just get a shot of Bianca. I don't know why. These two just seem to get lost for a moment then. It just really felt like, I don't know, the momentum sort of gone out of the match a little bit. Alexa going back to the corner. Bayley with a forearm. Alexa over against the ropes. Alexa over the other side. Duck underneath. Against the ropes. Cross body there by Alexa. Goes for the pin. And kick out by Bayley. I want a Sister Abigail to finish Bayley, said Erasure Minds. I can't hear anything but Spanish commentator, says Draco. Have you gone on to are you in Spain, Draco? That's my question. Have you gone to Spain? Because that might explain it. That would explain it. Here in the UK on BT Sport, we've got Corey Graves and Kevin Phillips. Alexa goes shoulder first into the ring post. And I think we're about to go into commercial break as Alexa is down. Alexa Bliss needs to leave for Hollywood, said Junior. I vote Alexa do Sister Abigail in this match, said Justin. Doesn't seem an awful lot of variety in the women's matches. Feel like I'm watching the same match a lot, says Dort Knight. Hello, Wrestling Days. I believe our son gave our YouTube channel a shout out. Thank you, said Lindsay and Elvin Resellers UK. Yeah, Lindsay and Elvin Resellers UK. What I asked the question, what do you sell? What do you actually sell? I did give you a shout out. I was happy to do it, but I don't think it will have been of any benefit unless people know what you actually sell. What do you say? Nobody said Bayley is a good heel. She needs to go back to... Is not a good heel. She needs to go back to being a babyface. Aaron said, I hope Alexa does Sister Abigail, then stares at Bianca Belair. That would be crazy. Jilly said, I can speak fluent Spanish. It's not much different from Portuguese. Right, okay. Okay, we're getting this now. So, Draco, what you want to do, can you just type everything they say into the chat, and then Jilly will translate it. She will then type the response in, and then what you can do is watch TV and just read Jilly's translation. That's a service that I'm willing to provide, mainly because I don't need to do anything, but we can work this. We can work this. Brianna Rhee is Kylie Rae's real name, so still a chance for Pete Dunne. Come on. CBF Music said the Wasp logo will flash and Alexa will do a Sister Abigail. Brady said, I honestly don't want Alexa to go back with Bray. We still haven't found out what they sell, do they? We still haven't got a clue. Have they put what they sell? Is anyone else, like, super interested now to know what they sell? Aaron said, mine was in Spanish before I went to the TV settings. Don't need to, mate. We got Jilly. Jilly will sort it for him. She's good. Surprised Riddle didn't have THC in his system, said Dark Angel. They say they sell seashells on the seashore. Nice. The spelling isn't exactly the same, but it is similar. Come on, Riddle. Really? Cocaine. JB said, I'm finding babyface Becky Lynch a little bit cringe already. Seems manufactured. Heel Becky was funny and entertaining. Easy99 said Kylie Rae is working the main event taping tonight, not working under Brianna Rae. Now working under Brianna Rae, possibly gets signed soon. This Bayley return has been a bit underwhelming. The Riddle story is sad, said LSW. Yeah, I agree. William said, how was your day? It was all right, thank you. Really strange, actually, because I just slept. I mean, I just let myself wake up whenever. So I woke up. Normally, I've been getting up at 1 to get ready for streaming at 2, but I woke up about 6. I mean, I just let myself sleep. So I think I really, like, caught up with, like, a lot of sleep. And then I had something to eat, went on Twitter, and it was one of those. Then I had like a few hours where I could have done something, but it was just like, oh, what do I start? What do I do? I sort of feel like I need to get my head back in the game now. I've just been not really having to think. Do you know what I mean? I've just been doing World Cup stream. I've not been having to like really think about, oh, what should I do today? So now I need to get my head back into that space. Because we're going to have more time again now, which is really good. Really, really good. Man United Hodge said, hi, Days. Hope all is well. Yeah, we're doing well, man. Shout out to you. Hope you're well, Man United Hodge. They changing Vincent and Dutch's names, says Wyatt 6. What have we heard about Vincent and Dutch then? I don't know. I mean, maybe they bring them in to join up with Bray. I mean, them coming in is obviously very exciting, but I was sort of under the impression they'd already joined. So now that they're only just joining, it sort of makes me question a lot of the things that we've spoke about in regards to Wyatt 6. I don't know. They could bring him in and do that, absolutely. But equally, maybe they don't. Maybe they bring them in and just use them down in NXT and have them as a tag team in NXT for a while or something. Don't know. Really don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Argentina versus Morocco final, said Tony. I'd like that. I'd love Morocco to get to the final. I really would. I'd love for Morocco to do it. They've never... I think they are the first African team to get to a semi-final. So for them to get that far is an incredible achievement. If they got to the final, that'd be insane. So yeah, Morocco, that match on Wednesday is going to be fantastic. Kick out. Must say the crowd are a little bit quiet tonight. Bit quiet as Alexa rolls on the outside. 15 minutes into the show. We're back from the commercial break. Bayley grabbing Alexa. Bayley gets pushed. Back on her feet, charges over. They'd probably be in NXT. The normal... What was that flicker? Was there a flicker? Something flickered. I just looked there, and in the corner of my eye, something just flickered, and I don't know what it was. Give me 1 second. I just want to see what that was. Could have been absolutely nothing. Could have been absolutely nothing. But just want to make sure that... Because I have it just... Yeah, it did. It did flicker. There was nothing there, but it did just go, like, black a little bit. Screen flickered. It was definitely a flicker. Okay. It was really weird because I was reading the chat, and it was literally the corner of my eye. I just saw some flicker. I was like, what was that? But looking at the replay, I didn't see a logo or anything there. I mean, I was specifically looking at it, waiting for that flicker, because... this is about 30 seconds behind. It's really useful because if something happens there, I can just watch it again. I've got instant replay, which is amazing. But I couldn't see any logos or anything on the second viewing. But there was a flicker. I can confirm. I'm even writing it down. Flicker. Probably was nothing, but into the corner goes. Alexa, I don't know what it is about this match. It may be the crowd being just completely quiet. It might be the fact that I'm watching this in a flipping library, or what feels like a library, but it's just not going. Do you think Raw is suffering having no world champions? Bayley to Belly. I do think it's a bit of a problem, yeah. I think having a champion on the show around to, you know, at least just have the belt and hear from the champion, even if the champ's not wrestling, to have the guy at the top, like, be there on a, not even a regular basis. Like, I just don't feel like we see Roman that much on Raw at all. Like, you don't need him on a weekly basis, but just there, I don't know, every 3 weeks or something. Yeah, I do think it is hurting the show. And it's a 3-hour show as well. It's a 3-hour show. In many ways, like, this is 3 hours. SmackDown is 2. This really should have, like, more about it. You know, if you think this doesn't have Roman, it doesn't have Ronda, it doesn't have... I know Ronda won't bother people, but it doesn't have Bray. And you've got to fill 3 hours. Right now, Bayley just pulling off ring turnbuckle pads. Bianca getting involved, saying, no, you're not going to win that way. Dropkick by Alexa. So it's Alexa Bayley still underway at the moment. There is no turnbuckle pads on that middle turnbuckle. There is exposed metal. She's struggling, trying to get up top here. Alexa looking for Twisted Bliss. Gets it! Twisted Bliss! 2, 3. Alexa wins. Alexa wins with Twisted Bliss. Smile on Alexa's face. So Alexa gets the job done. Alexa beats Bayley. And it's Twisted Bliss that does it. So Bayley had pulled off the turnbuckle pads. But Bianca stopped her from using it. Let's have a look. We've got Alexa in there. Alexa's got a big smile on her face. She seems quite emotional. She does seem quite emotional. Okay, Bianca puts her hand out. Alexa doesn't shake her hand. Oh, goes for a hug instead. Logo in the background. Oh my God, this is awesome. She went to go for Sister Abigail. Oh, that is great. That is great. That is really great. She apologizes and walks away. Oh, that was done so well. And that was done really well. So Bianca put her hand out. Alexa went to shake her hand, but went for a hug instead. And then bang, straight into Sister Abigail. Love it. And she looked so confused after. Kevin says, let's move on. Kevin just, he can't believe it. Kevin's like, look, guys, let's just move on. Let's not dwell on this. Let's not dwell on this, guys. Let's just move on. This is really serious from Kevin Patrick. He doesn't want to dwell on it. Let's move on. Let's move on, guys. Let's move on. Eric said I was watching for that. Yeah. It was really good. The way they did that was excellent. I thought that the logo would appear. So when the logo appeared, I wasn't surprised, but I was not expecting that Sister Abigail. That was really good. Right, they're just talking about what happened on SmackDown when the milk was being squirted. Do you remember that? With the milk. How we laughed. Here's Chad and Otis backstage. Utterly embarrassed. Yeah. He says it's not punny. It's not punny. Let's do this. Where is this going anyway? Driving a milk truck down the aisle. Right, let's do a quick video on that, 'cause that is interesting. Here's the OC arriving. Looks like we're going to probably get OC against Alpha Academy tonight. Big news coming out of Raw. Alexa Bliss has won the #1 contenders match. The match kicking off Raw. She beat Bayley, and she is now going to go on to face Bianca. Bianca would get into the ring after the victory, and this was cool. This was really cool because Bianca went to shake hands. You can see Alexa having a little look, but Alexa decided not to shake hands. She said, let's hug instead. And in the background, on the screen, Bray Wyatt's logo. Now, what was really cool about this was that I think a lot of us were keeping our eyes out for this logo. So as soon as I saw this, I was like, okay, there it is. That's what we've been waiting for. But I did not expect what happened next, because what happened next, bang, Sister Abigail. Instead of hugging her, she grabbed her and put her into the Sister Abigail. This was so cool because, like, you can see her whole demeanor just completely changes. Like, she was laughing. She was quite emotional. Like, she seemed to really be enjoying the victory. But look how serious she is there. She does this so well, Alexa. She does this so well. And there she is, like, in position. She never actually hits the Sister Abigail, though. What she does is she lets Bianca go, and then she's very, like, seemingly apologetic afterwards. This is really interesting because this is just more confirmation that Alexa is not going to be attacked and that she is actually being consumed. She's being recruited. She's being taken back, if you will, to where she was. And so a lot of people have been asking that question, do you think Bray's going to attack Alexa? And we've been saying for a while that we don't think it's going to go that way because a few weeks back she was distracted. And I kind of started to get the vibe that she was being influenced. She was being distracted. She was starting to revert back to who she was, and more evidence of that showing here. So big moment on Raw. And we may even get more with Alexa later. We might get an interview or something. But this was a real cool moment to start the show. I really like that. I think the way they've done that is excellent. Shout out to, hang on, let's make sure. Let's get to these when we get to these. Here we go. Lindsay and Alvin, Resellers UK. We're going to get some answers here. Said, lots of vintage items, toys that all of a sudden everyone went, what? Toys, clothing, dumpster diving. That's us. Thank you, Days and Brad. No worries. Lindsay and Alvin, Resellers UK. Shout out to you guys. You're absolutely welcome. So I just wanted to make sure that we let people know what you was actually selling. So vintage toys and clothing. There we go. So guys, this Christmas, if you are after vintage toys and clothing, you know where to go. Go to Lindsay and Alvin, Resellers UK. I don't know if that's going to work well if you're in America. I have no idea. But I'm sure they ship. I don't know. I don't work for them. Maybe I do. Maybe I should. Maybe I could be on the customer services like, hello, Lindsay and Alvin, Resellers UK. How can I help you? I could be all right at that, you know. Tell you what, if this YouTube stuff doesn't pay off, maybe I'll go that way. I'll go into customer services. But no, you're welcome, guys. I hope Christmas is booming for you. It's obviously not going very well for a lot of shops out there. We keep seeing news over here of different stores going into administration and everything. So not good. Right, I want to put up this as a separate video, but what's the title? Alexa Bliss. She kind of did. Sister Abigail. Attempt. It's hard, you know, when you do like titles, because like I don't want it to be misleading, but equally, how do you actually explain within so many characters what the flip just happened? That'll do. Alexa Bliss snaps Sister Abigail attempt on Bianca Belair. Probably should have put some Bray related in the title as well, but hey ho. Bray Wyatt logo influences Alexa Bliss, and her darkness is once again revealed. Oh, I tell you what, when I go on a roll. Oh. Right, we are back. We was at commercial break, but we are back from that commercial. Attempt. She attempted it. She went for it. She snapped out of it, though, didn't she? There was a lot of snapping going on. She snapped in it and then snapped out of it. Attempt. It's a weird word. She attempted to do it and she failed. Right, boom. What's up, Days? Greg, shout out to you. Watch out, you don't get called out for clickbait again, says Austin. Just the life of a YouTuber, that is. Sister Abigail. How do you spell Abigail? Is it one L or two L's? Abigail. One L. One L. One L, and that'll have to do. Right, okay, what are we doing with Raw? Let's have a look here. We're just messing around. That's what we're doing. We're just faffing around. So we are seeing number one contenders match graphic being shown. So number one contenders match graphic, Bobby and Seth. And here come the OC. I've changed it now. Alexa Bliss tries to Sister Abigail Bianca Belair. I think it's because LSW took the mick out of me. And now I feel vulnerable and I've changed it. That's bullying, that is, LSW. That's bullying. I've been bullied into changing it. Right, AJ Styles making his way down. Bray Wyatt logo shows again. Bang. Shush, please. Do we know who he's facing? Is it Otis? So it's AJ Styles versus, I'm guessing it's the big man. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, here we go then. Bliss is not being very oozy. She's not, is she? She's not being very oozy. You're absolutely right. Dun, dun. Days, Alexa snapped and not a Slim Jim in sight. Yes. Snap into a Slim Jim. She could do the new adverts for them, couldn't she? She snapped. I might have snapped, but not into a Slim Jim yet. Yeah, she could do that. She'd be really good at that. I'd start buying them if she did do that. Let's pin that there. Lovely. Lovely. Apparently, WWE officials are happy with the buzz that was created by Sol Ruka doing a finisher at NXT Level Up. I wish they'd change her name. I'm not really into Sol Ruka. Honestly, always makes me think of Veruca. Oh, it's Chad, you know. It's Chad. Let's change this over to Chad. Chadwick. Otis smells of roses and candy floss, says JB. Alpha Academy are great. This could be great, said Paulie. I am a real person, says William. That is what a bot would say, in all fairness. It's Bibby. It is Bibby. It is Bibby. Bazooka, that's Sol Ruka, said Exposing. Yes. Yes. If I was her opponent, that would be a great line to use. I'm going to bazooka that Sol Ruka. Right, I think I just saw way too much of AJ Styles' pants, and they looked to me like they were... Was it a thong? Is he wearing like a jock strap or something? Don't know. Asuka versus Rhea Ripley tonight. Asuka versus Rippers. Asuka versus Rippers tonight. Big match. Big match feel. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, over the top. Gets caught by Otis. What's he say? I'm alone. Did he say I'm alone? Onto the edge of the ring goes AJ. I don't know what Otis just said, did he? I'm alone. Into the barricade. Barricade flickers. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we go back to commercial break. God, it's loving it. It's loving these commercial breaks. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. It's loving it. Otis is a tree trunk and a load. Is that what he said? He said, I'm a load. Yeah. Otis should try World's Strongest Man, then call himself a tree trunk. We want Judgment Day, said Eric. Well, you know, Chad versus AJ. I mean, it should be an all right match, but unless it's got like a bit more of a build here, like, I don't know. I'm not into these like thrown together matches that we tend to get. Because like I was talking about the Alexa moment, I even missed as to why this match is happening. I'm guessing that they took the mick out of them for what happened with Kurt. That then has now formed a match. It's not the craziest stuff in the world, is it? Give us a thank you. Thank you. That is fun to do, in all fairness. I do like doing that. I enjoy doing that more than shoosh. Shoosh is all right, but I prefer the thank you. It's addictive. Asuka's going to lose, and then Asuka is going to tease a new character on Twitter, says Luke. Yeah, the only problem with that is that I really think that could be Asuka. Could be Asuka that's doing that and not WWE. So, I don't know. I just don't know that we're going to get that new character. I think it's like, it could be that something... Could be that Asuka is feeling a bit frustrated at the moment at all these losses. So she's just putting something on social media just to create a bit of buzz. Just to sort of remind people, look, I could go this way. You might want to keep watching me. This is something that could happen. I don't know if it's something WWE have actually got planned. I'd be down for it if it did. I'd be down for it. But we see it so many times where these things get teased and they just don't go that way, unfortunately. But let's see. Let's see. Maybe this will be the exception to the rule. I think we will have Bray on all 3 shows. Don't need Bray on all 3 shows, buds. Don't need it. We've got Joe Gacy. And now we've got Isla Dawn, who's making referees vom. So, don't need it. A lot of people are saying that Isla Dawn is better than Bray Wyatt ever was. Not my words. The words of Isla Dawn's parents. Who also actually never said that, but they probably thought it. Right, we're coming back from commercial break. We've got Mr. Thank you. In control. He was over in the corner, but he gets knocked down. AJ Styles versus Chad Gable. Chad Gable. Right, AJ going against the ropes. Collides into Chad's. Big forearm strike there. He's got Chad up on his shoulders. Oh, Elias against Solo Sikoa. That match coming up tonight. That's interesting. That's interesting. I'm into that. Right. Asuka has had this all along. WWE Creative dropped the ball, said Mike. Inside Out and again said Bob Backlund should come back and manage. He was crazy, wasn't he? Bob Backlund as manager. Do you remember when he was managing Darren Young? That was pretty fun. I didn't mind that. I didn't mind that at all. I don't know quite where Bob is now, though, from a health and from a mental point of view. He was pretty mental anyway. I haven't got a clue where he would be now. Don't know. How old is Bob? Let's have a little look. He must be getting on a bit. Old Bobby boy. He is 73. Jeez. 73, and he's been married to a poor woman. This poor woman has been his wife since 1974. That poor woman. He's such a crazed individual. 73 years old. Tell you what, there's no one like Bob Backlund, is there? There's no one like Bobby Backlund. He's one of the longest reigning WWE champions of all time. Never gets his flowers. Never gets his props. They do sometimes mention him, certainly more now that Vince isn't in charge. Not that there was ever a problem, but Vince just never really used to put the old timers over, really. But we've been hearing a lot more. Certainly with this historic Roman title reign, we've been hearing some of Bruno, Pedro, Bob. Been hearing about some of those legendary title reigns a little bit more. Be great to have him part of that, though, wouldn't it? Maybe they could bring him in to do something with Roman. And Roman demand that Bob acknowledge him. Oh, that would be really good. That would be really good. Do that. Do that. New Day are NXT Tag Champs, they are. Dortnight said, Bob got a call out from a Welsh fan when Iran beat Wales, even though his comment was factually incorrect. Maybe she likes crazed men, and that's why she stayed with him for so long, said John. Maybe. Styles Clash by AJ Styles 2 and 3. There we go. Win. Windy win. The phenomenal AJ Styles. AJ Styles beats Chad Gable. Good night. He's done. He's done, mate. A very impressive win over a very game Chad Gable. Styles Clash. Styles Clash is cool, isn't it? Styles Clash is cool. It was Iran's biggest win since the Iron Sheik beat Bob Backlund, said expose him. Right. Ideas for money. Okay, so they've got this money. They're trying to work out what to do with it. What have they got? Fully functioning suits. Here's Candice. There's Nikki Cross in the background again. Being a little perv. What has she got? She's got something in her hands. They're trying to figure out what to do with this clone. We've got everything we need, said Candice. Time for giving. Candice said it's holiday season. It's time for giving. Dexter's still looking at those fully functioning suits. They're talking about, like, maybe a baby washing idea. Something that can wash the baby for them. Maybe cloning the dog. So they've got there's a few ideas there. There's a few ideas. Blinging up baby wrestling. Here's the Judgment Day then. So Johnny and Dexter. Does it say some fun stuff there? Right. Judgment Day versus Street Profits and Akira Tozawa. Okay. Judgment Day. What is a tittle? The small distinguishing mark you see over a lowercase I and a lowercase j. Is it? That's a tittle. Oh, Kojiko. That's one of my favourite ones that you've ever done, you know. That's a tittle. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Get your tittles out. Get your tittles out. Hang on. I'm trying to get I'm getting my tittles out. Woo! Look at that. I've put so many tittles in the chat right now. Lovely work. Yeah, I love that. Knight Rider said having a little tittle. Oh. Knowing Kojiko, this is probably not correct, but even so. Look at that. Oh, guys, I've just put some more tittles in the chat. Yeah! Yep. I remember Unsk. What the hell's Unsk? Are you allowed to say tittle on chat, said Whisperunst. Yeah. How else would I explain the little dot that goes above an I or a J? What am I meant to... How am I meant to explain if someone goes, oh, Daze, what's that thing that's just above the I, the dot, what's that called? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's a tittle. I don't see the problem with it at all. I don't see the problem with it one bit. Although I do want to just double check it because Kojiko. It's a checkered history with facts. Let's put it that way. What is the dot above lower case I called? As if it's got a name. Why is there a dot above the lowercase I and J? The diacritical mark is also called a tittle. It exists to help the reader easily distinguish them from other letter forms. Oh yeah, that's great. That's great. I love the idea that so many people now have been educated on that just here and right now. I didn't know it. I'm shocked that Kojiko got it right as well. Titillating. Well, do you know what? If I'm in the process of typing that, am I not titillating? That's what I'm doing right now. I am titillating right now, aren't I? By typing this out. What are you doing? Oh, I'm creating tittles. I am titillating. Titillating. And that, I believe, is factually correct. I believe that is factually correct. Because the lowercase j without the tittle looks like so many other letters. That is true. That is true. Could be a Q. Could be a Z. Could be anything. You gotta, do you know what? If anything, I'm going to make sure that going forward, I put tittles over every letter. I feel like every letter gets enhanced if you put a tittle over the top of it. Oh, you tell me one thing that's not made better by having a tittle on top of it. You tell me one thing. You can't. You can't. Ice cream. Easily made better if you pop a tittle on top of it. Easily made better. Easily made better. Lovely stack of pancakes. You pop a tittle on top of that. Of course you do. Of course you do. Oh, so many things are enhanced with tittles. Days Wrestling Ops are reporting that Riddle popped for coke and that's why he was off to rehab. Yeah, we heard. Awful news. JJB Gaming said, I love enhancing my tittles. Do it. Do it. No one's going to judge you if that's exactly what you're doing right now. Making your tittles a bit bigger. That's what I'm doing. Going forward, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to make my tittles bigger. Here is Akira Tozawa. He has got a red cup. Kojiko, shout out to you. That came from nowhere. It came from you. Why did the Street Profits come to the aid of Akira Tozawa? Does anyone deserve? Mention for Salt Bay. Does anyone deserve to have salt put all over their wounds like Salt Bay? Oh, we want the smoke. He has a drink. We want the smoke. And he screams. Yeah. Oh, everyone's screaming. Oh. Oh, now he's hitting the cup off his head. Now he's, yeah. Fired up. He's fired up. Jeez Louise. Kathy Kelly didn't quite know where to go with that microphone then. There was just people screaming around her. Dun 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 dun. Right. Okay, so we have got Street Profits versus Judgment Day. Bum, bum. Ah, look at that little girl. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Their entrance music is quite cool. I like Street Profits' entrance music. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Wish they'd have different ring gear, though, I think. Tozawa is an honorary street prophet. Maggie said Riddle cheated on his wife and left his wife and 3 children. Well, that's quite the come down from Tittles, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, look, it's not great, is it? To be honest, it's not great. I don't know what the future's going to hold for Riddle. It's hard to, I mean, like, I feel like they were really getting somewhere, just putting all that stuff to one side. I think they were really getting somewhere with him when he was in Arcade Bro. I think, like, him being, hey, Randy, and Randy, like, being, oh, my God. Like, that, it didn't work all the time, but certainly there was some nice moments there. But, what do you do with him now that Randy's not around? I feel like he had a great match with Roman, but you've got to put him into feuds, and you've got to do stuff with him, and just, him and Elias, no. No wonder he flipping, well... Can't joke about it, can you? But honestly, it's quite the come down. Riddle will be back. He is an original bro, said Mesfin. Riddle is going to join AEW. He did. I'm sorry to upset your tittles, said mate. Maggie, don't worry about it, mate. Don't worry about it. I don't think you upset the tittles. They're fine. They're fine. If anything, they're really enjoying being the center of attention. It's been a long time since my tittles have been highlighted in this way. So, no, it's great. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Zero News is stating that a lot of Japanese references in Raw. Becky Lynch jacket in the crowd. Good Brothers reference. Could be new White Rabbit stuff. I mean, unless there's some rumor. I mean, there's nothing out about that. That, to me, seems a bit of a reach, to be honest. It sucks to hear that Riddle, he has a monkey on his back, and until he gets that under control, we won't see him back. I think everyone right now has got the physical image of Riddle and a monkey on his back. I think that's what I mean, like, if you're not thinking that, what are you even doing with your lives? It's the first thing I pictured. Him being terrorized by a physical monkey. Right, Akira Tozawa is in the ring. Rhea Ripley on the outside applauding. Applauding what she's seeing. Riddle to AEW. They signed troublemakers, says AEW fan. James said, WWE and New Japan have come to an agreement for Carl Anderson to be at Wrestle Kingdom. Yeah, I believe that agreement has been in place for a long time, to be honest, though. I think that agreement was like him being at Wrestle Kingdom was before he signed with WWE. So I think it's something they were already aware of. So I don't see it personally. I don't see why they would be teasing anything to do with Japan and New Japan and things along these lines. There's been no rumors of any working arrangement or anything like that. So right now, I'm not buying anything like that. They could, Zero News can try and sell it. I ain't buying it. But if someone comes out and gives us some report that says that they're looking to do something with New Japan, then wow, that'd be big. That'd be big. Randy can help Riddle with stuff since he's gone through the same thing. Oh, I'm sure they're talking. Yeah, I'm sure they're talking. Right, we go to commercial break. Rivy, hello, hope you are well. Street Profits' new honorary prophet is Akira Tozawa. Wes said, World Wrestling Tittletainment. Oh, I'd watch that. Oh, World Wrestling Tittletainment. Days, don't put me in timeout for Akira being a 24/7 champion, said Hawkins Jr. I don't even know what that means. Jim said Sasha is definitely wrestling for New Japan with WWE's blessing, says Jim. James said if New Japan started to work with WWE, surely that would put Tony Khan's nose out of joint. I don't think he would allow it. I mean, I don't know what say he's got in it, but I mean, apparently they've got plans to do another Forbidden Door. So, I don't know. It seems like New Japan are working with AEW already, and I can't imagine that WWE are going to want to work with... First of all, I can't imagine them wanting to work with New Japan, but of course, this is Triple H, not Vince. So, you have to kind of recalibrate. I mean, in the past, no. I would just immediately no. But now, with it being Triple H, going, okay, yeah. I still can't quite see it because I've never seen it, but like... I would need a report on that. I would need some confirmation that this is, like, in the works. Because it's so just away from what WWE have done. But it is Triple H and not Vince in charge now, so maybe. But then there is the added wrinkle, as you said, of like AEW. AEW of working with them, and apparently there is going to be a second Forbidden Door. I really don't think WWE want anything to do with AEW. And that would be interesting. That'd be an interesting little barrier. If New Japan are already working with AEW, if WWE were interested in working with New Japan, you would have to imagine they would say, yeah, we'll do something, but you've got to stop working with AEW. I'd have to imagine that would be WWE's play. We'll do something with you, and it'll be way bigger than what you're doing with AEW, but you got to stop working with them. Maybe they could look to do that, if that is the plan, as a way of killing off Forbidden Door. Killing Forbidden Door, because there's no other company you can work with that's going to get that same hype. If the number one American promotion won't work with you, and the, dare I say, third biggest promotion, I mean, I don't know, maybe they're fourth. It's hard to know where New Japan is compared to Impact. Hard to know. But they're either third or fourth. They won't work with you in the world. I mean, you've got Impact to work with, and Impact just ain't going to be... you do a Forbidden Door with Impact, and that ain't going to really generate much hype. So it would be an interesting play from WWE, but there's been no word of them doing that. And there's nothing that's going to be able to stop Kenny being at Wrestle Kingdom now, because that match is done, innit? It's done, it's dusted. It's going to be Kenny against Ospreay, I believe. So is WWE going to want to be a part of that? Because there's an AEW star already on that show. I'm struggling to buy it. I can see just things that make me think, nah. I think that would be... I think WWE might do something, but not with AEW involved. CM Punk coming back at the Rumble. He posted a picture saying with the Rumble and the number 29, he's probably going to be at the Rumble and make a huge return, says Dale. Undercover Manager said, how is it a Forbidden Door with no key fights? A different New Japan guy every few weeks. You saying that it wasn't as good as what we expected? I think I saw on Fightful they did a question, what's the best wrestling show this year? And currently leading, again, this is Fightful. So, take that whatever you will. But the people that are subscribed to their Patreon have currently voted Forbidden Door as the best wrestling show of the year. Right, Damian Priest has knocked Montez Ford over the commentary table. We're nearly a third into this show. Nearly a third into the show. We got Judgment Day out there with Street Profits and Akira Tozawa. Montez trying to get back into this match. Trying to crawl his way over. We're up to 7, 8, 9... And he gets back in. Clothesline there by Damian Priest. Riddle has been spotted dating with an adult star film. WrestleMania 38 was the show of the year, especially night one, said Austin. SmackDown has been more interesting than Raw. Yeah. I think they've definitely got things, they've got pieces that they can do, like with, I think for whatever reason, the first match just never got going. I don't know why, but Bayley and Alexa, it just never seemed to, like, really grab. The ending was fantastic, though. Gotta say, that moment was brilliant. And then AJ against Chad. I mean, it's the kind of thing that on paper looks good, but with very little build, it's hard to get really into it. And then now we've got Judgment Day against like Street Profits and Akira Tozawa. Like, you want like a big juicy moment. I feel like we might get that maybe soon. Like, we're about to go. I'm surprised we haven't had it already, actually. Sometimes they want like something big to take you from hour 1 to hour 2. Is this going to do it? Is this going to do it? You know, people have been watching something. Now they're free. Is this going to do it? Is this going to grab them? I don't know. Perhaps they're good for ratings, Judgment Day. Perhaps people are really into Rhea and Dominic and that story, and I don't know. Usually Monday Night Raw is way, but I think donuts and spray when I really extreme with Rob. I don't know. I thought the person came up with Riddle was gone. Dale, I cannot make out that comment. I feel like what you did was smash your hands into like some kind of predicted word thing. I mean, we've got donuts, we've got spray. I really thought the person came up with Riddle was Goy. We're in the neighborhood, Dale. We're getting closer. You can do it, Dale. The next comment is going to be so good. Buddy Matthews, better not hear what Corey said about Dominic and Rhea. Does anyone like Kevin Patrick on commentary? No, I don't think anyone does. It doesn't work, does it? No disrespect to him. It doesn't work. Morocco are going through. How is the GOAT Dominic doing? Well, fantastic, actually. Comes in, does a move, tags straight back out. It's classic Dominic work. That's what we've been getting from the Big Dom. Big Dom has been doing this on a regular basis. Gets in, does a move, tags out. And that's why I tune into Raw. That's what I tune into Raw for. That and tittles. Back elbow by Dawkins. Dawkins, clothesline. Down goes Balor. Dominic doesn't get hit, but he goes down anyway. Stumbles over out of sheer fear. Dawkins, back elbow. Down goes Balor. Dawkins goes back in the corner, charges over. Big splash. Kick. Balor. Planted. 1, 2. Big Dom. Oh, Big Dom made the save. Big Dom. Big Dom jumped in there, made the save. It's worth his weight in gold, Big Dom. Mitchell, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well. Zoom Station said Kevin Patrick is like a guest host, but he is better than Booker T. Here we go. Dale said, she's been really weird. I don't know what the Eagles show about the words of uncle that I am. Extreme Rules. Edge has not been showing up in that. Is really weird. Usually on Raw. Okay, we can do this. Hang on. She's been really weird. Alexa. I don't know what the Eagles show about the words of uncle. I don't know. Extreme Rules. Edge has not been showing up. We haven't seen Edge in a while. No, I mean, like, from that, I've got that you think Alexa's a bit weird. I agree. And that we haven't seen Edge in a while. I also agree. I don't know when he's coming back, though. I wonder when he does Rumble. Do you think he comes back at the Rumble now? Maybe he comes back and Beth come back in the Rumble. Perhaps they're just going to have a lovely Christmas. Perhaps that's what they're going to do. Right, Scream by Damian Priest. You get Kira Tozawa dumps him over the top. Roll up by Big Dom. Oh, kick out by Akira. Big Dom goes in between the ropes. Kira Tozawa, suicide dive. What? Did you see how intense that suicide dive was? Akira Tozawa. Kira Tozawa's not here to play games. Akira Tozawa went flying through the ropes. Bang. Plants down Finn. Big Dom. DDT. Big Dom's down. Akira Tozawa is on fire right now. Akira Tozawa reminding the world. Oh, but he's been caught by Damian Priest. Damian Priest has got Akira Tozawa up, chucks him down with the Damian Edge. And there, Big Dom gets the win. Big Dom. Big Dom. Big Dom gets the dub. Judgment Day. Big thumbs down, said Dale. Edge is filming Percy Jackson, said Lister Joker. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was in a film. Well, there we go. Hope he has a lovely Christmas anyway. So, Damian Priest with like a razor's edge. I'm sure they're probably calling it something else. The pendulum swing or something. But it's Big Dom that gets the pin. Big Dom. Big Dom. Oh, he does, you know. He does. Marvelin said, Days, why are you ignoring me? Because I don't like you. And also, I've not seen your comments. Whoa, hello. They're going to the concession stand. What's this? We'll take it. What's this? All of it. They're buying all the merch. Are they going to? They're going to give these to the crowds? So he says, "We'll take it, all of it." Look at this. He's gathering up all the shirts. Let's go to the ring. Okay, I think they're going to start chucking like merch around. He's got a bear. There's a kid there. He gives the kid the bear. Yeah! I bet the kid's like, I didn't want that. I didn't want that bear. Can't have a replica belt. Big things happen when Roman Reigns is in town. So, Big Dom gets the win, and now we've got Johnny and Dexter buying up all the merch. They left loads behind. How do you feel about New Day as NXT Tag Champs? I think it's pretty good. I think it's a nice little buzz for a Tuesday, innit? Gives us something to talk about. I'm into that. Jonathan, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the support. Are they plants? I'm honestly not sure. Austin says no. They're people. They're not plants. Plants are normally like green with like leaves that come out the top. What that little like thing that was being held by the man. He was blinking, and that's how you know that he's actually a person. So no, not a plant. LSW. Silly. WrestleBuzz said, what would your wrestling finisher be? Oh, I'd run away. That would be my wrestling finisher. If I got just even the briefest window where I could run out of the ring, that would be my finishing move. And then I would lose every match by, like, count out. But I'd never get submitted or pinned. And then I'd come out gloating that I've never been submitted or pinned. And I'd just do that. I'd just come out all the time and go, no one has ever been able to submit or pin me. Like, I'll take on all challengers. And then eventually they'll probably book me in like a steel cage match. Something along those lines. And that will be a problem. I'm not going to lie. But I'll figure something out. But, yeah, I'd do that. We should have a pay-per-view in December, says Brasso. The Runaway. Maybe call it the French finisher, said White Lotus. Oh yeah, because that'll massively get me over in France, wouldn't it? If I call that the French fancy. I've got a French finisher. I run away. James said, in other words, Days is a wuss. Oh, totally. But I reckon I could make it work. I reckon, yeah, a white flag. I could come down with a white flag. Rambo, that'd be brilliant. I could. You know how Hacksaw Jim Duggan used to come down with the stars and stripes? I'll come out with a white flag, waving it around like this. Brilliant. And I haven't got wrestling shoes. I've got running shoes on. And as the match is about to start, I'm already over by the ropes, getting ready to leave. Hey, well, this would work, man. This would work. That wouldn't be a bad gimmick, running away and gloating about how you've never been pinned or submitted. I mean, granted, I ain't picking up dubs. I fully appreciate that. I wonder if there would be a way, though. I mean, would there be a way that I could set some sort of trap whereby maybe I do it a few times and then, like, I get interviewed backstage and they're like, aren't you upset at always losing? And I'm like, to be perfectly honest, I could do with a winner's bonus because you don't get paid extra when you lose a match. I need to find a way. Of winning. And then you see me next time, I do what I do, run out the ring, but I've set a trap. So the person chases after me, they get caught in the trap. I then run back into the ring and then I win by count out. Yeah! Everyone would be so annoyed. And I can just see everyone on social media going, I hate this guy. All he does is run out the ring. I hate him. So I know I'd be a full-blown heel. I know people wouldn't be with me. I know I'd be a full-blown heel, but, you know me, guys. I love a bit of sarcasm. I'd lean into that like you've never seen. Right, here we go. Anyway, we got Johnny on his way out with Dexter. They've got a truck of goodies. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, your manager needs to be Helen Hart to throw in the towel after 2 moves. That would be good at the start as well. Yeah, Helen Hart, just towel getting chucked in. Ding, ding, ding. Straight in. Right, here we go. The goodies are being thrown. Quill, baby wrestling. Okay, so Dexter's just chucking things into the crowds. As a token of our gratitude, we want to give back. Mitchell says, I'll be your manager. My only job is to throw in the towel for you. As soon as the match starts, they'll never see it coming. Instant forfeits. Love it. Love it. Anything that's going to mean that I don't get punched in the face, I'm all for that. Look at this. People are desperate. Desperate. Give us a shot. Give me some. Oh, yeah, he's dropped a cap. The cap's been chucked. So, stuff being thrown out. You have some. He got 2 shots, he did. People like, oh, I want some. That gets thrown. They need one of them t-shirt shooters, don't they? They're fun. He gives some to Corey. Corey doesn't want it. It comes to Kevin Patrick. What was it, though? What did he get? I want to know what he got. Is it a Roman Reigns one? Kevin, what did you get? You haven't even looked at it, Kevin. He jumps onto the commentary table. What is that? Oh, he has got one. They have got it. Yeah. Yeah, they're cool, they are. If I was Johnny Wrestling, I'd be like, yeah, I'm happy to do it, but give me the gun. He's got the gun now. Is it working? Did he fire one? Oh, who's attacked? Miz. Miz attacks. Miz attacks. Ah. Did Johnny fire the gun? He had the gun. Oh, here's Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce says, where are you going with that? You're going to give Dexter his money right now, says Adam Pearce. Oh, he did fire it, in all fairness. I totally missed him firing that. He only fired one, though. He only fired one. I like this, though. It's something different. Something different. Miz does not want the... doesn't want to hand this money over. Give him the microphone. Let me make this clear. This is my money. It's not, though, is it? It's not. You're in trouble now. He's going to get the axe. We don't need an axe, says Adam Pearce. Dexter was walking off to get the axe. Give him the money. He's desperate. He's desperate to keep that money. Rematch. So Miz is desperate for the money. He said that he'll have a rematch. Mitchell said people in the back row and the rafters are hating this. Yeah, I know. Only got one. Only one gun. It's a shame, innit? Okay, Mike, says Johnny. Okay, Mike. Mike Chance. My name is The Miz. Sure thing, Mike. Okay, Mike. Dexter is willing to give you a chance. Rematch. Next week. Next week. But. Ooh, raise the stakes. Literally. Thinking, but they're all looking up. Ladder match. Ladder match. Both bags of money. Yeah, both bags of money. What's that? Double or nothing. Winner take all. Double or nothing. Is he saying he doesn't have any more cash? Right. It's a joke. Mike. Alexa is crazy. What is Mike's last name? Mike. Your name is Tiny Balls Mike, said Zoom Station. Tiny Balls Mike. Don't act like Candice doesn't control your finances. Johnny's like, okay, yeah, good point. Yeah, she does. She does. Tiny balls. Tiny balls. Tiny balls. So Miz said that he gets an allowance from Maurice, and now there's a tiny balls chant. Mike Miz, whatever. He's got big balls. But I'm more interested to know about his tittles, to be honest. I'm more into his tittles than his balls. Miz is like, I can't ask her for a ton of money for a ladder match. Are you crazy? One more thing. We want you to help us give away the merchandise that we've got left over. We want you to help give it out dressed as Santa's. If you want the rematch. No. Yeah. You better go get your elf costume on. So Adam Pearce has agreed. So if Miz wants this rematch, he's got to give out the merch dressed as Santa's little elf. I like that. Is it stupid? Sure. Does it make sense, though? Sure. Johnny just wants to embarrass The Miz, but Miz wants a match because he wants to get his money back. In order to get that match, he's got to dress up as Santa's little elf and hand out gifts to the WWE Universe. That's all right, that is. Look, he's just chucking out T-shirts very aggressively into the crowd. Here we are with Dakota and Iyo. Backstage with Bayley. Candice versus Iyo Sky. Coming up next. Santa's little helper. Tiny bulls. Let's get bulls. Chat back, says Rambo. Tiny baubles. Well, that's what it should be for Christmas. Old little tiny baubles. Based on the past 6 months, do you enjoy Triple H's version of Raw or Vince's? I think they're very similar. I think that there have been slight improvements under Triple H. So I would say Triple H, but I think it's evolution more than revolution. I think if you was to watch this and someone didn't tell you Triple H was in charge, I don't think you would really know that something seismic had changed. You wouldn't necessarily know that Vince wasn't in charge anymore. Like it's very, very similar. It's very, very similar. But there's a lot less of the silly stuff. You know, we used to get some really like toilet humor stuff. We don't get that so much now. So I appreciate that. Like this is a fun segment that we just had, but it makes sense. And, you know, they're going to try and embarrass The Miz. And I understand why The Miz is in this situation, why he's got to do it, why he's going to do it. I like that. I like it. It's all good. It all makes sense. Something different on the show as well, and I really do appreciate that. Like, where you just get match. We've said before, you need to break it up with like a talk show segment or something different. That is very different. That is storyline. I mean, that is Dexter having money that he doesn't know what to do with. And so they've gone and they've bought a load of stuff from the concession stand, started chucking it out to the fans. That's a great visual. Then they've gone in the ring because The Miz has tried to steal the money back. Miz wants the money back. They've said, okay, you can have it, but you've got to do this. So now he's going to have to do that. It's going to lead towards a ladder match next week. Like, it's great. It might not be like the greatest story ever told in wrestling, but it's all logical. It all makes sense. And it's somewhat different than just a talk show segment. And yeah, it's good. The Raw roster feels a bit stale outside of a few additions. It's the same roster as October 2021. Easy99 said, Maurice has got Mrs. Tittles. Austin said, I remember when Britt had a talk show. She should bring that back. Do you know what? I don't remember Britt having a talk show. What was the talk show? What was Britt's talk show? I do remember it. Wasn't it just a one-off episode? And it was like a dentist's waiting room. And it wasn't in the ring. It was away from the ring. And it had a proper set. And there was something to do with Red Velvet. I don't know if that's where Red Velvet made her first appearance or something. But I do remember it. Yes. And do you know what? I completely agree. I really love the fact that it had a set. It wasn't just, like a chair in a ring like we tend to see. It had a background and everything. I'll see if I can find a picture of it for those that don't watch AEW. Dentists. Waiting room. Dentists. I don't even know what to search. Dentist. Talk show. Talk show. God, it's so long ago. It's a good few years ago, that is. I want to say that was during lockdown. I want to say that was at Jacksonville. Britt Baker talk show. Can't find a great picture. Waiting room. It was called the waiting room. It's called the waiting room. We got the power. We got the pain. We've got the rage inside the cage. We got the power. There she is, look. That must have been a couple of years ago. That was from Dark. I never saw it on Dark. That's interesting. I never saw it on Dark. So, she's got a Christmas Story jumper on. But you can see the, wall in the background with her jackets hanging up and her diploma and door and all that. Yeah, I agree, man. That was really good. I think I never saw it once on Dynamite, though. Storylines. Understand, but WWE is milking Roman as the part-time champ. Never defends the titles on Raw or SmackDown. Easy money Roman, said J-Boy. Right, here is... I don't know Candice's music. Here is Candice. I don't know that Candice's music really fits her. Yeah, I don't feel like her music really fits. I don't feel like her gimmick really fits, like the Poison Pixie. That needs an overhaul, man. She needs much more fun music. I mean, she's like pretty smiley, pretty fun. This entrance music and the graphics just don't work for her. Right, Iyo Sky versus Candice Lerae. Bayley is going over onto commentary. Iyo Sky versus Candice Lerae. That should be a heel music, says Kyle. Had a bit of a opera type voice to her, like noise going on. Definitely needs something a bit fun, a bit bouncy, I think, for Candice. Eric, shout out to you, bud, said Damage Control and Judgment Day music is too similar. Yeah, I completely agree. Completely agree. So many times I hear like the start of Damage Control, I genuinely think Bayley's coming out. Yeah, I completely agree. Iyo flips over. Iyo circling round. Step up Enziguri by Candice. Right, we just had the Johnny and Dexter chucking stuff to the crowd. And then we had like the Miz and all of that. Now here we are with Candice versus Iyo. And we're almost, well, literally halfway through the show. Kick coming in. Corey is struggling with some of his sound equipment. Bayley is trying to talk, but apparently her headpiece isn't working. To the outside. I still can't hear Bayley. I'm sorry. They're trying to silence Bayley. Bayley has got up and walked off. Bayley has gone over to stand with Dakota Kai. Bayley seems annoyed. She's just kind of standing there. She's got her hand on the ring. She's just like staring at the action. Like she's not really being animated. Like normally Bayley would have some fun with that, you know? She'd start shouting at the commentators or something. She'd start giving them what for. She's just like sort of walked off and just put one hand on the ring. And I don't know, man. She just doesn't seem to be that happy. She looks legit peeved. She really does. She does. Like, if Bayley was in, like, a playful mood, I think she would be, like, having a go and, like, making up something. Like, she'd be shouting to the point where you can hear her. And she'd be like, I bet this is Michael Cole. Or something like that. She's done none of that. She's just gone over to the ring, put her hand on the ring. There was a slight kind of rubbing of the neck. And that was it. Bray is messing with its Wyndham. Kevin Patrick ruins everything, says Daniel. Halftime scores. Yes, here we go. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, 6.5 said Luke, 6 said let him in, 5 said Walid, 5 said Whisperance, 5.5 Tittles. April and Greg said 9. Angelica said 8. Zoom Station said 6. Aaron said 7.5. James said 3. Max said 5. 6 says 1 Minute Wrestler with Jesse Jackhammer. 0 said Tim. Smurfy Toon said 10 out of 10 for Daisy's awesome singing. Jilly said I'm going to give it a 6 with a chance for a 7. Legend Killer said 6. Stone9540 said 6.5. Shakeem said 5/26. 5.82 said Rivy. 6 said Legend Killer. Virus said 8. Krista says 2. LS Dub said I take it back. I'm at 5.75. Kristin says 8. TJB said EO 5. Stuttering Steve said 6. Chris said 6. Ryan said 4.47. John said 6.21. Darnell said 5. CBF says 6. Rayku 86 said 7. Let him in says 6. Famous DJ, guys. We have got a famous DJ with us. Oh my gods. Famous DJ, shout out to you. My brain's going crazy now. Who could it be? Tony Blackburn? Could it be Greg James? Oh, there's so many famous DJs. 7 from Famous DJ. J-Boy says 8. J14 says 6. A lot of those names will not have resonated at all with anyone. And I was trying to think of a famous DJ from America, and I couldn't think of one. Who was the one that used to hang out with Hulk Hogan? He was like... What was his name? The one that Hogan got into some adult fun with Spud. What was his name? Love Sponge. Someone the Love Sponge. Do you remember him? It's like a spin-off of SpongeBob SquarePants. No, some Love Sponge dude. I don't know who he was. DJ Alligator. I've never heard of DJ Alligator. Dr. Dre. DJ Jazzy Jeff. Should have gone with DJ Damn it. Should have gone with Bubba the Love Sponge. That was it. Bubba the Love Sponge. That's the one. We don't have him here. But I don't know any American DJs. I was trying to think. I mean, I could have gone Calvin Harris. That was the one that was screaming in my head. Calvin Harris. Avicii. I think he might be dead. I'm not sure. But yeah, Calvin Harris was the one that was in my head. But then I was like trying to think of like some radio DJs. I couldn't think of any in America. Could I have gone Howard Stern? Is he a DJ? Could I have gone DJ Tittle time? Steve Aoki, Marshmallow, DJ Cuba, probably not Exposing, probably not. DJ Marshmallow, DJ Matty Coke. Don't know Matty Coke. I think that's who Riddle's been hanging out with. Alice DJ. Did she sing Better Off Alone? What did she sing? She had a big hit, didn't she, in the late 90s? Better Off Alone. I think you're better off alone. Better Off Alone. That could have been Alice DJ. Could have been Olive as well. Oh, who sings this now? Oh, my God. Better Off Alone. Who's that? Alice DJ. Boom! Yes! Yes. Came out in 1999. Do you think you're better off alone? That was a big tune, man. You can tell how often I listen to it by the fact I'm so pleased that I named it. Right, we're back anyway. We are back. Give it up to the guy that put DJ Tanner. That is the best answer ever. Said, damn it, I hate that, Bob Barker. The DJ is probably Paulie D. Right, on the... Whoa, Iyo's got Candice, edge of the ring. Candice goes for a kick, no joy. She's on the shoulders of Iyo. Oh, reverse Rana. Didn't look brilliant. Still a sick move, though. That should be a finish. I keep saying it should be a finisher. Why no one treats a reverse Rana as a finisher? I'll never flipping know. I'll never know. You get hurled backwards and dumped onto your head. Referee just having a word with Iyo saying, are you all right? But she probably doesn't understand the question. So, reverse Rana. Oof. Picks up, she seems all right. Looking for, deadlift German. Oh, it's lovely, that is. Lovely. That was a rough poison, Rana said, LS Dub. Erase Your Mind said, DJ Matty Molly. Who have you got winning the game tomorrow? Difficult, you know. Difficult. I mean, like, I feel like it's probably going to be Argentina thanks to a moment of magic from Messi. Because Argentina haven't looked that brilliant. I mean, you know, a lot of people said whoever was going to win out of England, France would really be, like, favourites. And I can see that. I can see France being favourites now. I think if France get past Morocco, I think they've got every chance of beating either Croatia or Argentina, so... Iyo's managed to get the win, you know. Iyo's got the win. Iyo beats Candice. Yeah, that's a good win, that is, for Iyo. And it looks clean as well. She went for a move, couldn't get it. Don't know why Candice was lay there for so long, though. Candice could have moved by the looks of it. Should have moved. Moonsault by Iyo, and it's a win for Iyo. Iyo beats Candice clean. Clean. In all fairness, that's a win that they need. They need those clean victories, damage control. So I'm not against the result. I just think, like, Candice slipped when she was in the corner. She went down, and then you could see a lion there waiting. There's even one bit where she's looking up at Iyo, like, is she coming yet? Is she coming yet? And then Iyo, like, does the moonsault. I really felt like Candice could have got up and moved out of the way. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'll tell you what it is. It's a win for Iyo. Right. Right, mate. Someone's holding up a sign. I've got no idea what it says, but it's all in Japanese for Iyo. We're just seeing what happened last week with Riddle getting destroyed by Solo Sikoa. Bang! Look at that. Right into Riddle. Messing him up. And Riddle going off into an ambulance. But as we know, he's gone off to rehab. Six weeks. 6 weeks is the timeline. Matt Riddle, the very best. That kind of hits different, doesn't it, now that we know what's going on? Kevin Owens backstage. Solo Sikoa is a very dangerous man, says Kevin. Is this Solo? No. Here's Elias. Look at Kevin. Can I count on you to be in my corner? You want me to be in your corner? Do you think I forgot what you did to me? For months. I haven't forgot. That wasn't me. Brilliant. I love his face. I was hit by over the head by a guitar. Look at Kathy Kelly in the background as well. She's like... It's all in the past, says Elias. Can I count on you? I need you out there. You need me. Kevin walks away. It's pretty fun, man. This is good. He's come back. He's walked away again. That's good. That's fun. This is funny. Owens is so good. Kathy is great, says Let Him In. She was great there. It's just in the background. I mean, she just, like, she doesn't overshadow it in any way. But she just, if you might not even notice. But in the background, there's just moments where, you know, she's passing the microphone back. And when Elias is guys, she's like, she's just like, well, you know, it's a good point. Yeah, she did good there. Owens is so good. Kevin Owens is the GOAT. Kathy is living her best life, said Smurfy Tunes. Crackhead Carl said the person responsible for signaling they're going to commercial is the best part of any WWE segment. Philip said, what would you rate Raw for 2022? I think that this year has been a better year than anything we've had maybe since 2019. 2018 was really bad. 2017. I was really into WWE 2014. Well, I mean, I've been into it all along, but I'm talking like really like great years. 2014 when we had like Daniel Bryan and all of that. 2015 when we were starting to come out of that, the show was still really strong. 2016 is when we get the arrival of AJ Styles, and then we get some killer matches out of that. Obviously, with like 2014, we've got like the end of the Shield and everything. We've got like the end of the Undertaker streak. Brock really getting that boost as well. So, you know, I feel like there's a lot happening around 2014, 2015, 2016. I think as we get closer to the pandemic, to be honest, as we get closer to like 2020, I think things like take a bit of a skid. I think that this year has been the best of recent years, but I don't know that we've had really the juicy storylines. Yes, Roman. Definitely Roman. But there's been so many times where we've said Roman has been the only thing really. You know, it's been carrying Raw and SmackDown. And actually, Raw hasn't been getting to SmackDown's levels, has it? I would say this year that SmackDown has been the better show, and Raw has not been getting to SmackDown levels. But even SmackDown hasn't been having, like, big juicy stories. You've had Bloodline, heavily reliant on Fridays. And they've really carried the show. Could you imagine what WWE would have been like without Bloodline and Roman? I mean, they would have had to have found something else. So maybe they would have found something else. But I think that I think this has been better. I think it's been massively helped by all the drama. You know, if you think about stuff really that's been happening outside of the ring, that has actually made the shows more essential to watch. You know, all the drama with Vince. We've gone into the shows talking about Vince not being around and the change and Triple H coming in. What that's actually translated to on Raw might not have been that great. As we said, I don't think the change has been that big. But the intrigue of, oh my God, what are we going to get? You know, that's been massive. Sasha walking out during the show and the repercussions of that's been big. Cody coming back, that was big. There's been lots of big things that's happened this year, which I think has made the shows interesting as you've gone into them. But then I think when you actually watch them, they've probably just been fairly average, fairly like, 6.5, 7 out of 10s, around that ballpark. Certainly, we've not been watching Raw and it's consistently been close to 8s. Nowhere near, nowhere near. So I think that this has probably been a better year. I think it's been massively helped that we're out of the pandemic and everything. The hope is, as always, next year will be even better. Because I do think this is better than last year. And it's certainly better than 2020. So, yeah, we'll see what 2023 has got to bring. Hopefully, less drama out the ring and better product in the ring. That would be good. Right, we've got Elias in the ring. He's got a picture of Riddle behind him. The bongos are on a table. This is a Matt Riddle tribute concert. Matt Riddle tribute concert. I wanted to honor my friend. Okay, so it sort of feels like they're using this as a way to like show support to Riddle. I believe Matt Riddle knew a universal truth. What with Elias? I hope Raw will be better next year. They need the world and tag titles back. That has been a big miss, hasn't it? I agree. It was Matt Riddle's dream to perform with me in this ring. God, we're acting like he's dead. I look at these bongos that he used to play and I miss him. I found some at last week. God, what did you find? There was a rolled up bit of paper and it looked like cannabis had been rolled up. I mean, I don't know about that joke, because it was rolled up and he held it up like this and then he undid it. I mean, I think it's just a little cheeky thing, obviously, but with the news is in rehab. Perhaps they didn't know that news was going to get out or something. Okay. I heard that Riddle was suspended for drugs. Is that true? Apparently so, yes. What was your favourite return, said Juan. Favourite return? Oh, that's a great question. It's got to be Cody, innit? It's got to be. I don't even think it's close. In fact, it's so out there, I automatically didn't even acknowledge it. I was thinking of, like, Hit Row, Braun, Emma, all this kind of stuff, but, I mean, it's clearly Cody, innit? Right, Elias is singing a song. Smoke weed in rehab. It's better than pills, said TJB. What do you think happens with Sammy on Friday? I think he'll be made, like, honorary. Like, well, not honorary. I think he'll be made, like, Sammy Uso, like, officially or something. I don't know how. There'll be some, like, ceremony or something, I would imagine. They said it's going to be big. He might want to cut his hair and have a shave the beard and all this. Here is Sammy, actually. Sammy coming down with... Look at him. Making his way down with Solo. So, the picture of Riddle is being removed from the ring. Street champ written on his bum. I'm Usi Oos. There's a kid that's got a sign that says, I'm Usi Oos. Right, we've got Solo getting into the ring. So, Elias versus Solo coming up after the break. He looked so good last week. He looked really good last week, Solo Sikoa. Sammy is the illest hype man. He's really good, isn't he? Justin said, mark my words, Bloodline is turning on Sammy soon. And then he will team up with Kevin Owens at WrestleMania to take the tag titles from the Usos. Mottled Toast said, Sammy is dancing. Yeah, Solo got into the ring. The carpet was down. I'm guessing he had to leave the ring again because they've had to take that carpet up. But he did some posing. Yeah, there they are, rolling it up. WWE didn't test for weed. I wonder what Riddle tested positive for. Word is cocaine. Cocaine and, was it MDMA? Solo needs face paint, said Rivy. Bloodline is going to get a trim on Friday. Roman is going to F Sammy up on SmackDown, said James. I must admit, I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting it to be, like, him acknowledged? Not acknowledged, but... Why is the thing not working? LED screen's not working. God, it's all falling apart now. Vince has gone. When the LED screen has not come back on. I mean, the headset wasn't working. Now we've got the LED thing on the barricade not working. It's Wyndham. It's Wyndham. Seems like a lot of wrestling crowds have been bad this month, says Mitchell. They've been a bit quiet tonight. But to be honest, I don't know that there's been loads for them to go crazy about. I don't know if there's been loads for them to get enthused about, you know? It has been a bit quiet. It's Raw Underground. You remember that? Yeah. Yeah, Raw Underground. We did a whole Wrestling Escape Pod episode on that. Do you have anything planned for Christmas Eve? No. To be honest, I have been so focused on the World Cup that it's only really been probably today. For the first time today is where I had a couple of hours and I genuinely thought to myself, oh, what do I do now? I actually sat here. I was like, oh, I've got a few hours till we stream. What do I do now? And I was genuinely trying to figure out like how to use my time. So that's not a problem tomorrow because we've got the football. We've got the football and then we've got NXT and I've got to record Wrestling Escape Pod. Then on Wednesday, we've got football and AEW. So Next time I'll get chance to... The next time that thought will enter my head will be on Thursday. So maybe I'll use that to have a little think about what to do over Christmas. But honestly, today was the first time... saying that Thursday, I've got to do research for UFC. It's the last UFC of the year, isn't it, on Saturday? So, it just never stops, does it? It never stops. Pagny Brothers, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Ellis Stubbs said, I've seen quiet crowds, but this one really takes the cake. Oh, that's great. Cake for the crowds. You get cake, and you get cake, and you get cake. Cake for everyone. That'll be great. They'll be pleased about that. The World Cup has been amazing, minus the USA and England losing. What if they give Sammy a tribal tattoo? So he gets ready, and then there's like a tattoo chair in there. And they're going to put it on his face. Imagine that. It's time for you to be a proper Anawayi. To have like a full-blown face tattoo. And he could be like, I'd love to see that. That'd be a really fun segment. Where he's trying to get out of having a face tattoo. I'd love that. Main event sucks. Rock made SmackDown, said J-Boy. I'm a giver. That would be my Christmas gift to them, said Alistair. Cake. They don't deserve it. Pagny Brothers says, you're amazing. Thank you. Although, it should be you are amazing. That means that it's Y-O-U, little apostrophe, R-E. You are amazing. That's the wrong you're. So... Just saying. I know. That's harsh. Considering it was such a lovely compliment, that is harsh. My hands are tied, though. What can I say? I didn't invent the rules for grammar and spelling, did I? Oh. But are you looking for a theme tune for the channel? Not really. Welcome to Wrestling Days. We like to talk a lot about wrestling and other things, and it is fun. Wrestling Days. Something along those lines, you know, if we was to do one. Spell check is a real thing. It really is. My hands were tied. Maggie said, you just reminded me, I've got some, lemon drizzle. Oh, Maggie, now you're talking my language. Might have to have some. Oh, a little bit of the old lemon drizzle. I do like that, you know. Lovely sponge, lovely soft sponge. Little bit of icing on top. Bit of a lemony flavour. Very refreshing. Not overpowering. Very refreshing. Roma, I prefer carrot cake. Yeah, carrot cake's got a place in my life. But if you was to offer me some, I'd go lemon drizzle. Definitely. Especially if it's got the icing on top. Needs a little bit of icing. 1 Minute Wrestler said, Days, you're amazing. Thank you. Sort of wondering if there should have been a comma there between the Days and you're amazing, though, to be honest, but doesn't matter. We're not going to dwell on it. Exposing said carrots shouldn't be in cakes. Yeah, I do get that. But actually, I had carrot cake quite a bit when I was young because I used to get dragged to antiques fairs because my mum and dad sold antiques and they did other things. But that's one of the things they did when I was young was sell antiques. And so I used to get dragged to antique fairs a lot. And it was cold, and you'd have a little flask full of like coffee or tea or something. And there was somehow I always ended up getting a piece of carrot cake. I don't know why. So I grew up like enjoying carrot cake, eating carrot cake quite regular. And it's not what you think. It sounds strange if you've never had it, and I agree it is, but it does work, you know. It does work. It shouldn't, but it does. Roll up by Elias on Solo. Kick to the midsection by Elias. We are back from commercial break. I love it, though. I'm not supposed to have it. Great cake choice. And it does have the icing on top. Wow. I mean, that's it then. I'm hooked, mate. I might pop round. Cheesecake. Beautiful. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Solo Sikoa beats Elias. Solo Sikoa beats Elias as we get to our final hour. 1 hour to go. Solo Sikoa puts another dub in the column. Parents hide vegetables in cake. Yeah. I mean, there was also a lot of sugar in it, though, so I don't know that it was the healthiest thing in the world. But I must admit, I didn't mind it as a kid. It wouldn't be my go-to cake now, a carrot cake. Honestly, I do really enjoy lemon drizzle. We do have some of that in the house. Nice apple pie, cheesecake. Yeah, there's plenty of great desserts out there. Shots coming in by Solo. Solo is pounding away on Elias. Sammy is shouting at Elias. Sammy is going to pick up Elias. I think I would really prefer to see Sammy very uncomfortable here. I'd rather see Sammy like not being a heel, you know, because he's proper at being a heel here, helping Elias up so that Solo Sikoa can knock him back down again. You know, I sort of feel like I wanna get behind Sammy, but he's being a douche here. So I wish he was like just standing there, like maybe even saying to Solo, like, "Nah, let's not do this." You know, I'd much rather see him being a bit like, "Don't. You've already won, like, you don't need to do this." But that's not how they're presenting him, which is weird. It's a weird way of presenting Sammy. There's a chair over Elias's head right now, and Solo's going to charge into it. Sammy's just standing there, like, go on. I think there's Kevin coming down. Kevin comes down. Stunner. Did he get this? He did. He got the stunner on Solo. And Kevin takes the chair off the neck of Elias. Now, in the olden days, this would have been a tag, wouldn't it? This would have been a tag match. Not now, Solo. Now he's stopping him. Another time. This isn't the time. Sammy says, no, this isn't the time. They know now. They know. Oh, they know. Not the time. Not the time. Right, they're going. They're leaving. They're out of there. It's not the time. It's not the time. It's not the time, Solo. It's not the time. Oh! Yes. Elias stunned. Bad night for Elias. Bad night for Elias. Mitchell! Another connection to The Rock. Have we talked about the spinning Solo is basically the rock bottom? Also, Solo hasn't seen Roman for a long time before joining the Bloodline. Solo hadn't seen Roman a long time before joining the Bloodline. That's true. What are you talking about? Connecting Solo to Roman, to The Rock. There we go. Another connection to The Rock. Have we spoke about the spinning Solo basically being the rock bottom? Also, Solo hasn't seen Roman for a long time before joining the Bloodline. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I'm really conflicted about like Solo being connected to The Rock. I think like Solo's just a badass that's on his own. That's sort of how I feel about Solo. Him being a little telltale that reports back to The Rock. I don't know. I don't know that I'm massively sold on it. I'm really intrigued, actually, to see how they're going to book the whole Rock Roman story. I'm really, really interested as to what's Rock's motivation. I hope it's not the belts. He shouldn't care about the belts. It's got to be, hey, Vince. Vince being shown in the ring at, this is footage. Wow, that feels big, you know. Seeing Vince, like, they didn't have to show Vince as part of this tribute to the troops thing. Do you reckon this is a way of just getting him back on screen, getting us used to seeing him? That's interesting. We didn't have to have Vince in this. And a picture with Vince with his arm in the air as well as the camera pans in. So this, by the way, if you don't know what it is, it's just a little moment where we're looking at tribute to the troops. Because there is one that's coming up. But yeah, Mitchell, it's a really good point. I really don't know which way they're going to go with The Rock and Solo. I think there absolutely could be a connection. I just can't quite work it in my head as to which way I want it to go, like how I would book it. I definitely wouldn't book it where he goes after a belt. He shouldn't give a flip about a belt. But I think it should be that he's upset with Roman for like disgracing and bringing down the Anoa'i name. I think it should be something along those lines. WWE showed Vince McMahon during Raw. That feels big. Maybe they are going to show him on a semi-regular basis to show he is still very much part of the WWE family. It's kind of a weird thing to say, so I've just put it on Twitter. WWE showed Vince McMahon during Raw. That feels big. Maybe they're going to show him on a semi-regular basis to show that he is still very much part of the WWE family. It's a weird thing to say because he is the WWE in many ways. But he's not part of the current WWE, is he? Because of like hush money and all of that. And what with the controversies, you would think that they might want to distance themselves from him. So I think him being shown is I think that's very interesting. MVP recently tweeted, Jacob Fatu, carry on. Why can't I change this? There it is. Right. Asuka versus Rippers. Asuka versus Rippers. Is it just me, or has this show been very female heavy, says Liam? I mean, there's been some women's matches on it, yeah. Heavier than usual, maybe. No line across Asuka's face. Quite a serious look as well. Still very much the Asuka, though, that we've known before, but no smiling and dancing and all this. Slightly darker ring gear. No green, like, coming down the eyes, you know, that she tends to have. No makeup, really, at all. It's a very plain face, Asuka. Is this back to basics, Asuka? Back to basics, Asuka, maybe? Come on, Asuka. Get the dub. If she loses here... if she loses here, hopefully she does snap. I'd love for her to snap. I would love it. I just never really buy too much into what we see on Twitter. No paint, maybe there is a transition. Asuka does seem different. Yeah, no face paint. Mitchell, dude, you don't need to keep super chatting, buds. You don't have to keep doing that. Mitchell said, what if The Rock saw Roman get into it? Oh, hello. What, like a perv? Why is he watching? That'd be my question. What if he saw... Oh, hang on. There's more to it. What if The Rock saw Roman get into it with Jay just so Roman could crown himself a chief and Rock was insulted? Okay, I'm with it. Roman made it about Roman. Rock sends Solo as a last resort to keep it about the family. I mean, we heard that he was sent by the elders, so it was reported that Solo was sent by the elders. I don't think he could have been sent by Rock because, as I said, I think we were told he was sent by elders, but he could be reporting to The Rock. It could be that The Rock was concerned. And so he's been talking to Solo and just getting a bit of a what's happening on the inside kind of a thing. Like, they could definitely do that. I think that Solo's a heel, though. I think he's a heel. He's acting like a heel. He's just about to destroyed Riddle. He was just about to destroy Elias. I think that's the stumbling block for me. I think the stumbling block is that he's acting like a heel. So if he's acting like a heel, why would he be reporting back to The Rock who's a face? That's not a heel thing to do. So I think that's my stumbling block. That's where it's getting caught for me. If Solo was just standing there and he really wasn't part of what Roman's doing, if the Usos are being heel, Sammy's being a heel, Roman's being a heel, but Solo is not doing anything but keeping The Rock safe, keeping Roman safe, then I'd be like, yeah, maybe he's not quite on board with what Roman's doing. I think the fact that he's getting involved and actually like being quite brutal as well, what he did with Riddle, what he was about to do to Elias, I think that's my stumbling block. I think that's what's making me think like he's clearly all right with this destruction. He's clearly all right with what Roman's doing. I think if you was going to present that story, I think you'd present Solo differently as well. Oh, the Miz is there with his elf costume on. This is my brutality. Right. Rippers is on her way out with her boyfriend. There is Tiny Elf. Tiny, tiny elf. Tiny elf. Tiny elf. That's a good swerve. Big Dom again. What if it turns out Sammy has been the mole? Yeah, but as we just said, that I'd have the same thing but as well. Like I just said I'm not keen on Sammy's booking. I think if someone was going to be a mole for The Rock, I think that they would have to surely represent The Rock. If they were reporting back to The Rock, then surely they would be a face. They would be a good person. They're concerned about what Roman's doing. I don't think they would join in with what Roman's doing. I understand you've got to like play the part, but if you want to be really clever, then what you would do is you would actually have a member of the bloodline that was saving Roman, but never actually joining in with the attacks. And then it becomes revealed, it gets revealed that this person actually never joined in with the attacks. And we see footage going during this attack. Look, they're in the background, or they're lay out. They've already been like knocked out, but they're not actually attacking anyone. And I think if WWE could find a way of doing things like that, it'd be so interesting. So interesting to see them, like, the problem is people would notice. There's so many people watching. There's so many theories that get generated. I doubt you would ever be able to actually do that without people noticing. But be great if they could find a way of, getting it in there. And I think that if someone was going to report back to The Rock, then I sort of feel like they need to be a face, really. I don't think I would tell that story. I think the story I would tell is that Roman is upset with all of them and he's disappointed with all of them. But the person he's disappointed most in is Roman, because they all represent the Anoa'i family, and the way that they've, represented that family has been a disgrace, and they should be disgraced. And the one that's led it all is Roman, and that's why The Rock comes back to take out Roman. I don't think personally I need Solo to be a secret agent or Sammy to be a secret agent or something like that. I don't really know where that theory has come from. I think it's because Solo for the longest time has been stood there and not been getting involved. The problem is he is now getting involved. Last week, what he did with Riddle felt like it was kind of a seismic moment, felt like it was a big change in his character. They're starting to now present him as a real killer, So yeah, I think for that reason I wouldn't go that way. But I'm not down on this stuff. It's an interesting conversation. I can't wait to see how they do it. Did you hear the announcers were planting seeds for Asuka heel turn, said Xavier. I did hear them say that they mentioned last week about Asuka not being, or she used to be the most feared, and, she's not that, not in the same place she was. The fact that she doesn't have any makeup on, the fact that her ring gear is darker, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Double knees by Asuka as Rippers goes to the outsides. The Elders sent Solo to keep an eye on Roman, but he's been poisoned. So they now send The Rock to deal with Roman, says XYZ. That's interesting. Yeah. The only issue I'd have is that, do you remember when it was Roman versus Jay, and Roman was demanding that Jay acknowledge him and that he be regarded as the tribal chief? Do you remember he went up to the top of the entrance ramp and the Wild Samoans were actually there? Like Afa and Sika were actually there at the top of the ramp. And that sort of said to me that they support what Roman is doing. So my head goes back to that moment then. If the Elders send The Rock because they're not happy with what Roman's doing, my question would then be, why at Hell in a Cell did they stand with Roman? Why were they with him? Why did they show support then? I've got the image there. So the Wild Samoans, amazing to see them. Afa and Sika. And there was Roman standing with him. That was when he had the championship. That was at Hell in a Cell. It's got to be, I don't know when. I don't know when was that, actually. Hell in a Cell tends to be end of the year, doesn't it? Hell in a Cell tends to be around October time. I don't know if that was 2021. It certainly wasn't this year. Can't remember if that was 2021 or when that was. But that seems to suggest to me that they are on board with this heel Roman. This is why I'm saying that if The Rock is going to come in, this is why I think it's The Rock that has the problem rather than the Elders having the problem with it. I feel like the Elders The elders, I think, are probably all right with everything that's been going on. But I could understand The Rock feeling really like this is not the direction the family should be going in. And so The Rock comes in and changes like the course, if you will, by trying to stop Roman. But I think he'll fail at that. Maggie said, nothing wrong with the Roman builds. I love that stuff with Roman and his dad and Seeker. I cried. Roman's dad looked so proud of him. Let him in said the elders are with Roman. Yeah, again, it's really interesting. Really, really interesting. It's really interesting because this is a good conversation to have because we are potentially on the verge of a massive story. Massive, massive story. So how they're going to go about telling it is going to be very, very interesting. And there's some people, as we say, you see it on social media all the time. There's some people that want The Rock to be brought in by the elders. There's some that want Solo to be a double agent. There's some that, want The Rock to just be upset on his own. I would personally go that way. But I'm open to other suggestions. I'm open to other paths. We've got 39 minutes left here as Asuka versus Rhea Ripley. I don't think this is the main event. Actually, main event will be Seth and Bobby, won't it? We haven't had that. Kick to the back there by Rippers. I suppose they could throw a big swerve, says Maggie. Yeah. Throw a swerve. They could change their mind as well. They might have been happy before, but not so happy with stuff they've seen now. Could do that. Right, we've got Rippers in control at the moment. Kevin Patrick said he likes this Asuka. I mean, to be honest, we haven't seen anything too much different. She hasn't danced as she came down to the ring, so that was different. Ripley is trying to remind Asuka about how superior she is. Storylines find out who wants to help Roman win again and again and again, says J-Boy. Rock just goes full Samoan on Roman and shows who is the big dog, says TJB. Major swerve, the mole is Jimmy, because Jimmy is the one who's always been positive interactions with opponents, such as Riddle and the Bongos. Jimmy is the one that keeps the peace in the bloodline. Listen, if that is true, and then we see that Jimmy actually has not been getting involved in some of the beatdowns and everything, and it's always been Jay, and it's always been Sammy, and it's always been Solo, and it's always been Roman. If that's true, that would be fantastic. That would be brilliant. Jimmy has actually never fully been with Roman. And Jimmy could see maybe that Sammy wasn't quite right for the bloodline. Jay was upset with it. Jimmy wasn't, because he knew inside it wasn't right, but this was great. So if I'm sure we would look back though and see that Jimmy had actually been getting involved in some of the beating up of people. And maybe that would take away from that. But if it was something like that, that would be absolutely fantastic. If they've done that kind of groundwork, if there is that kind of backstory, it would be absolutely fantastic. Right, we've got Big Dom watching on at the moment as Rippers and Asuka are still getting into it. This crowd is still really quiet. They've had free merch chucked at them, and they're still really quiet. This crowd is so bad that Triple H had to push the free merch button. Back elbow, Rippers tights are ripped. Spinning back fist, spinning back kick there by Asuka. Rhea Ripley goes down to shoulder up. Maybe Roman screws too soon because something's going to happen, said Aaron. WWE need a new NWO, said J-Boy. This crowd are on Valium, said Erase Your Mind. It's because Alpha Academy said shoosh. And the crowd have listened. Kick there by Asuka. 2. Shoulder up. Gotta go. Big slice of lemon drizzle cake before bed. Toodaloo, said Maggie. Maggie, shout out to you. Enjoy your lemon drizzle. Hip attack there by Asuka, and Rippers goes down. Oh, look, Big Dom straight over there. Straight over. He's like, can we do that thing tonight, later? You know that thing I like, can we do that? And Rippers is like, this isn't the time, Big Dom. He's like, yeah, I know you're injured. I know you're in the middle of a match, but like, I really like that thing. Asuka went to kick Big Dom. Big Dom's gone down. Oh, Rippers driving Asuka against the side of the ring. Are you all right? Oh, Struth, mate. Oh, Big Dom, did she get you at all, mate? Right. Rippers gets back in. Kick there, misses. He's going to go for the Riptide. She's got Asuka up. Asuka, though. I tell you what, the crowd have come a bit more alive here. This is probably the most animated the crowd have been. Rippers is down. She's trying to get to the rope. She can't. She's in trouble. She's in a little bit of trouble. Big Dom grabs the leg. Oh, look at that. Big Dom helps. Big Dom helps. Big Dom has helped. Smack her. Go on, Asuka. Oh, look at that. Look, she is not impressed, man. Green. Oh, missed. Blue. Where did she get that from? Blue mist? Not even green mist. Blue mist. Riptide to Asuka. Asuka. Oh, look, she proper got him good, man. She proper got him good. He looks like a flipping Smurf. Oh, my eyes! Oh! I can't see! I'm blind, I can't see! Look at Asuka. I tell you what, Moody Asuka is so good. I love Moody Asuka. Moody Asuka, when she was standing in front of Big Dom there, she just looks so unimpressed. Look at Moody Asuka. She's just standing, staring. Super serious. It's really good. That was one of the best parts of tonight, that was. Big Dom the Smurf. Oh, my eyes! Yeah, how about our eyes? Because we have to watch you wrestle. Hang on, that's the wrong one. Is that going to push her further? Don't cry. Big Dom's girlfriend is in love with Davey Boy Smith Jr. Is she? The disrespect to the greatest luchador ever is unacceptable, said List of Jericho. It burns! Mammy, it burns! Mammy, I've got a boo-boo! Oh, Mammy's having to take Big Dom to the back. I bet he gets to the back and he's like, oh, God, I'm in so much... But do you know what would help? You know that thing that we do that's that I really like? Can we do that again tonight? Yeah, it really hurts. Oh, you know that thing? Oh, can we do that later, yeah? Oh, God, it's getting worse. Big Dom, Big Dom, Big Dom. Unleash Kana, please. Kana unlocked. I'm so down for seeing her come in. So down. Would love it. I would love it. The transition is here. Kana is coming. The spray was the highlight of the night, said Horatio Minds. If I was a Christmas elf, what toys would I make? disgusting ones. Illegal ones. Dominic said the fact Jimmy is really the only one who has been positive interactions with the likes of Riddle, Street Profits, Rollins, and Cross is suspicious. Listen, if it goes that way, I think that'd be brilliant. I would love to see a dangerous Asuka again. She could be more dangerous than her NXT days. NXT days is tomorrow, guys. That's when we do our live stream. I love Asuka. My love for Asuka has always been there. It's never waned. But the booking has been not good for a long time. She does need that refresh. It's not even a refresh that she needs. She just needs booking better. She just needs to be booked as the killer that she was. I mean, she was undefeated until WrestleMania 34 when she lost to Charlotte. And there's been some nice moments after that. Kabuki Warriors, for example. And she's had like some other championship runs. But the booking has never been as good as I've thought it should have been. I've said before, and I'm not just saying this, I genuinely regard her as the greatest female to ever wrestle in WWE. I think she's the best. The best. Don't come at me with your Chynas. Don't come at me with your Trish Stratuses. I don't care about your Dana Brooks or your Kelly Kellys. Don't bother coming at me with your Eva Maries. Don't bother coming at me with your Mae Youngs. I ain't interested. For me, she is the best in-ring performer they have ever had. She kills all of those women. She kills them all. She is so... her striking is some of the best I've ever seen in male or female divisions. She is one of the best strikers WWE has ever had. Her MMA knowledge, her takedowns, her, submissions. So good. She's like a Japanese flipping grandmaster. It's like, honestly, so good. But the booking has just never been consistent, never been good enough. Shame on Vince McMahon. But Triple H is here now to save the day, so hopefully he does. It's took him a while. Where's he been? He's had months. Could have done this. Would have been one of the first things I did. So I'll give him some praise, but not that much praise. Because he should have got onto this much sooner. Remember that Jimmy was forced to join the Bloodline, said Waleed. People are loving this Jimmy talk. I mean, I'm really into it. I love the idea of it. The only thing I would say is that I'd have to have a look to see if he has been joining in some of the attacks, because that would just take a little away from me. But yeah, it is true. He was forced to join, and just trying to think if there's been any moments where he showed compassion, that'd be so good. Right, we got the OC. We got Austin Theory, who we haven't seen him tonight, but I'm guessing we're going to see him next. And the Judgment Day, they're all going to be on Raw Talk. Yeah, tonight at 11:05. Raw Talk. Right, we're backstage with Big Dom. Big Dom can't see. Here's Finn. Look. Here, take this. Look, they're trying to give him some wipes. He can't see. Go to your happy place. Who is this guy? Has he got a license? Probably not. He works for WWE. He probably doesn't. Someone else can burn worse. You're the toughest legend I've ever known. They're putting eye drops in his eye. It burns. Do your job. They're going absolutely livid. It burns. I love that. Do you even have a, who is this guy? Do you even have a license? I love Damian Priest in those shades. He looks so good. He looks so good in those glasses. I love the Doctor several times putting drops in Dominic's eye. I can't imagine that that's fun. Having eye drops is not fun. And the Doctor just constantly kept doing it. Big Dom was like, I can't see. I wonder if they'll do something with that. Do you remember back in the day, Jake the Snake and Rick the Model Martel? And Rick the Model sprayed his arrogance perfume in the eyes of Jake. And then, wasn't it WrestleMania 7 that we got the blindfold match? And they were both in blindfolds. Because Jake was blinded by the arrogance. I wonder if they'll do something. Here's Dolph. Dad stuff. Hello, mate. I've been sick, spent time in bed. I was watching Vintage Days reactions. Interviews with superstars, toy hunts. What has been your all-time favorite video or moment? Jeez. Don't know, you know. It's good. That's a great question. That's a great question. I feel like one of the... It's probably not the best, but I think the toy hunt when we find the Finn Balor figure, that one just means a lot because that video is the video that really changes the channel. That's the video that just really started to get some traction. And all of a sudden, you know... I was doing videos when the channel started that got like 20 views. And all of a sudden, then this one goes on to do, I don't know, it's a couple of thousand. And you go, what? Like, that's like, I don't even know how many videos. I mean, I would have to have done so many videos to have got those kind of views, you know? That you go, what the? And it really changed everything. So that was a very, very special video. And I think, you know, we had a bit of fun in it, but I haven't seen it for so long. I know I could go back and watch it now. And just be like, oh, man, this is so cringe. This is so bad. Like, yeah. When I do toy hunts now, I really try to put in as many jokes as I can think, as many funny things as I can think. I'm trying to put in as much as possible. Funny pictures, funny comments. Just really, those toy hunts are just, how can I make them as funny as possible? And I've always tried to think that way, but I reckon I could go back, watch the old ones and be like, man, this is not good. But then, you know, look, things changed, don't they, over the years? You know, I'd be going back like 5 years ago or something, which in YouTube terms is a lifetime. So, yeah, I'd have to say that means a lot. Sandman is going to be Championship Roman, said J-Boy. WWE have dropped the ball with Dolph. William says, wait. Women have lady gardens. Can men have peanut farms? I've heard you've got a peanut farm. Sure. Days, they have a priest. They should get that smurf out of Dom. Yes. Right, here's Bibbs. Main event time, 22 minutes to go. Bibbidi bib Bibbs. Here's Bibbs. Bibbs versus Seth. Jolly gosh, Rollins. Days, my son is making wrestling plush videos because you said no one has done that with wrestling buddies. Oh, good. Yeah, I've never seen any. That's good. If you can make them like funny, if you can make those videos look as good as possible. I mean, look, even if like you are holding them and they're not stop motion, because stop motion's so hard to do, it takes forever, and you would need to have like that kind of invisible string. And even then, because the plushes are so strong, like you might be able to move the arms slightly, but you're not going to get much articulation out of those wrestling buddy things. So even if you just hold them and did that, I'm sure that would be fine. But you just have to find a way of making them like full of jokes, as funny as you possibly could. Just really like, you know, doing whatever with them. Keep them short. Like, I don't think those videos would need to be long. But if they were, say, a couple of minutes long and they were just funny, I reckon you could get somewhere with that, you know. We were talking earlier, someone asked earlier about like, oh, what can you do on YouTube that people aren't doing? I ain't seen no one do that. People do stop motion and do things with wrestling figures, but not with like the big plush stuff. So, yeah, I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best. So, Eric, shout out to you. Shout out to your boy. Philip said, Asuka looked more serious and they've put extra focus on the mist being in Dom's eyes. Do you think this is the start of a darker Asuka? I think it's definitely interesting. I think the teases for Kana didn't really do much for me because they were online. And as I said, I just never really buy into. I've seen so much stuff online that hasn't paid off. I'll believe it when I see something on the show. Well, I've seen something on the show here. I've seen an Asuka without makeup. I've seen an Asuka wearing darker gear. And as you say, the mist seems to have some real consequence. And the commentators are really putting over that she is changing. This is a new version of her. So, yeah, I think there's definitely a chance that we could be seeing something new. Mitchell said, what about Linda? How dare you? How dare you? Problem with Linda was that it was easy to hit on Linda before because Vince wasn't around. So, you know what I mean? Lonely housewife. That's where I do my best work. But now that Vince is just free and back around again, just sort of looking at that thinking, well, it's going to make things harder, isn't it now? I'm very much a predator that likes to go after easy targets. So if you're like a housewife and the husband's away all the time, that's where I'm in, right in there. And that's where I do my best work. But if you are a housewife and the husband's around all the time, what am I meant to do? Do you know what I mean? My opportunities are very limited then. So I wouldn't say that my love for Linda has diminished. That will never happen. I just think the opportunities around Linda have sadly changed this year. So, yeah, it's a real dark day in my relationship with Linda McMahon. It's a real dark day. We had a president that was a peanut farmer, said Zoom Station. Good to know. Days versus Vince, custody of Linda. I'd be willing to do that. If but Vince never responds to my DMs because he's a coward. Breaking news. Are you from the USA? Said famous DJ. Oh, famous DJ back in the house. Famous DJ, just like Tony Hawks. Who's that guy? Who's that guy? There's a famous DJ. I'm desperately trying to think of one that has not been mentioned. That's my problem. Is I'm trying to think of one that's not been mentioned, and I've got ones in the UK, but I can't think of ones internationally. I can't go Jazzy Jeff. We've had that. I can't go Marshmallow because we've had that. I can't go Calvin Harris. Bad Bunny. I'll go Bad. We haven't had Bad Bunny. Is he a DJ? He probably does some rapping. That'll do. Bad Bunny. Just like Bad Bunny. Great thing with the laugh track is even if it's not that funny, I can make it seem like people are laughing. And that really bails me out sometimes. So, I didn't even read what famous DJ said, I didn't even read. It's gone. That comment's gone. Oh, it's in the past. It's just a memory now. It's just a memory. Yeah, it's gone. Famous DJ, shout out to you. DJ Oopsie Long. Tiesto. Oh, I could have gone Tiesto. DJ Khaled is a good shout as well. Stop saying them, though, because I might need these in the future. No more DJs are allowed to be mentioned in the chat. Who's the one I was thinking of? Pete Tong. That's who I was thinking of. I was thinking of Pete Tong. I don't know if Pete Tong has made it in America, but he's massive over here. Pete Tong. And in my head, all I had was Tony Hawks. I don't know why. How Pete Tong is similar to Tony Hawks, I've got no idea. Right, here is Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins making his way down. We got 16 minutes to go. Whoa. Jam Master J. Oh, yes. Jam Master J. Afro Jack. Look, people putting in all these DJs. But the first video I saw was a Dean Ambrose cash-in video, says Waleeds. Can't even remember, to be honest. We did so many reactions, but we don't really do reactions now. I suppose if something's like really big, like a really big moment, but we don't tend to do them like as much. I don't know if there's been as many. Has there been as big moments recently? I don't know. I don't know. We just try our best, don't we? That's what we do. We just try our best. Finally, the crowd is involved. Yeah, maybe this match should have started. Crowd owing away. Days, I believe Alexa's win is going to bring Bray storyline to the forefront even more, said Bloodwire. That's the loudest this crowd have been tonight. He's so over. Sonny, hello. Hope you are well. Up on the shoulders goes Seth. So Seth versus Bibbs. Bibbs goes into the ring post. We're probably quite close to commercial break. I enjoyed Asuka and Rhea. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the Alexa thing at the start. So this show has not been a disaster, but I think it's been flat. I don't know how much that is the crowd, though. If you click on the link, this is fascinating. No, I'm never clicking on any links you put in the chat, William. Neither me nor anyone is going to be doing that. Cute. Cute that you thought that would work. DJ Share. Nice. It's a shame that Seth didn't take away the WWE title from Roman. He would have been a world chamo again. Well, what's a world chamo? What's a chamo? World chamo. I'll Google it. Austin. I'll have a look, see what a chamo is. Chamo. What is the meaning of chamo? You can use this word to say boy or girl and add ito or ito to the end. Huh? What the hell? Chamo. Chamo is a Venezuelan term for buddy, pal, or friend. Did you know this? I didn't know this. So if Seth was going to be a world chamo, he would be a world buddy, pal, or friend. A world friend. Chamo. That's from Urban Dictionary, by the way. Chamo. Well, there you go. Austin said he was hacked. He was hacked. Did you see that Kaylee Ray wrestled Dana Brooke on main event tonight? Her ring name was Brianna Ray. I didn't see. I had heard, but I haven't seen. Chamo. He was Chavo Guerrero's brother. Legit first fart joke is lame, but honestly never thought about cavemen and farts. Days, if you can reveal, how did you get connected to interview Cesaro and Braun? Yeah, so I got contacted by WWE. I think it's because Wrestling Shop have a relationship with WWE because they obviously sell wrestling figures and they're one of the biggest retailers of wrestling figures in the country. And so they, I believe, have some sort of an arrangement. So I think probably because I did figure videos, that then got me on the radar of Wrestling Shop that, you know, wanted to do some stuff. And so we did some stuff and they're great people, genuinely. right? Haven't done anything with them for ages. But if they weren't, I'd be quite happy to tell you that I'd be like, yeah, you know, that was rough times. They were not that cool, but no, they are amazing. So love Wrestling Shop. And then from there, I think those videos probably got onto WWE radar. Not WWE in America though, the WWE in the UK. So WWE here have got their own department, of course, and I think those videos got onto their radar. And so they just hit me up. This was 2019. This was just before the pandemic, like the year before. The WWE do 2 tours, and they do one in April, and they do one in, I think it's October or November here in the UK. And the April one is always the bigger one because it's just after WrestleMania. And that was it. It was April of 2019, and they were doing meet and greets in shops. And they said, look, they're doing some meet and greets in like Smith's, and I think the other was Argos. And they were like, do you want to come down and like, once they've met the crowd, I'll be able to get you like 5 minutes with them, like just a couple of minutes where you can do something. And I was like, yes, absolutely. That sounds amazing. The person that I was talking to from WWE was really cool, like so laid back, what you want to do and everything. I must admit, they're not videos that I personally enjoy doing, which sounds really weird, but I'm very good at, I think, just talking and like just sitting here and being with you guys. I think I can do that. I think I've shown over the years that I've got the ability to do that. So I think I'm all right at that, but going out into the real world, setting a camera up and like interviewing, that's a whole different kettle of fish. That's a whole different ball game. I don't feel as comfortable with that, to be honest. That's not my forte. That's not something that I feel as confident with. So, like, yeah, that it's a challenge, that is. But it was good, and it was a hell of an experience. And both Braun and Cesaro were amazing. Absolutely amazing. But because of the pandemic, like, there was no other, like, opportunities that have come along because the tour later in the year is never as big. And then by the time we got to April of 2020, here's COVID. And then I don't even think they came last year. I don't think they've done like a proper big tour since. I think they've come and done some dates, but it's all been stripped back, nowhere near. I don't think they've done the meet and greets in Smith's and things along these lines. I feel like it's all been stripped back. And to be honest, I have no idea now if they would even hit me up anymore. I really don't know. But, yeah, that was pretty cool, interviewing Cesaro and interviewing Braun. I remember asking Braun, I was like, what do you think of the Firefly Funhouse? I actually got to ask Braun Strowman that. And this was when the Funhouse had, like, we hadn't seen Bray debut at this point as The Fiend. I think we had just seen The Fiend. I think it was the week of The Fiend when The Fiend was first seen. Think how cool that is. I'm so privileged. I got to speak to Braun and ask him what he thought of the Funhouse the week that we first saw The Fiend. And that interview's on the channel. So that was really cool. Kicked by Seth. After the Royal Rumble, they need to make some better stories, said Mole Jam, and build up stories with heels and faces. Liz Jericho said they came in November of 2021. I went to that one. DFS Chief, shout out to you. That's very kind. I remember days asked for Braun's number, said Austin. Oh, it's so big, you know. I mean, I know that's a no-brainer, but when you actually see him in person, you are like, there is that moment you go, whoa. There is that moment you go, oh, man. He is massive. He is so big. There is a picture of me and Braun. It's so weird. Picture of me and Braun in a giant Mattel figure box. Because they had these big Mattel figure boxes that you could pose in and pretend you was a figure. And they put me and Braun in for some reason. So there's a picture of me like looking up at Braun like this. Intimidated. As Braun's like, inside this. It's a great picture. I don't even know if that's on my Instagram, you know. That should so be on my Instagram. I don't even know if I could find it now. It's out there somewhere. Falcon Arrow by Seth. We got 6 minutes to go. William said, I was in that box with Days. Theory looks like a geek standing back there and just watching on TV, said Zoom Station. Show it us. I don't have it. I don't have it. It was on like my phone. It could be on my Instagram, to be honest. It could be. Even I don't know. I'll have a look. I'll have a look right now. I've got to think I would have put... If I haven't put that on my Instagram, I don't deserve to be on YouTube. Why would you not put that on Instagram? Do you know what? I don't think I have, you know. I can see me and Braun. Yeah, I don't think I put that on Instagram. I'm a flipping idiot. It's like the most Instagram picture that I've ever had in my life of me and Braun inside a figure box, and I didn't put it on Instagram. This is why I don't use Instagram. I'm just no good at it. I'm no good at it. I can't do it. I can't do this YouTube thing. I can sit here and chat to you guys, but I can't do all this social media stuff. I'm no good at it. Hollywood guys said, Days, wasn't Asuka supposed to have murder clown makeup and become Kana? Is this Raw pre-recorded? Yeah. This is a pre-record. And to be honest, like I must admit, I've already seen more out of Asuka than I was expecting. And I didn't expect her to be like, you know, in that kind of makeup. But the fact that they're teasing that she's turning is probably more than I was expecting anyway. So I'm actually not down on what we had from Asuka this week. I'm actually quite intrigued to see where it's going to go. Big splash by Seth. Shoulder up. Hollywood guy, shout out to you. Vinci said, is this stream pre-recorded? Yeah. Yeah, this is pre-recorded, and this is pre-recorded as well. And so we've just managed to, like, sync it up. Right, we've got Seth down. We've got Bibbs down. We've got the Crowder down again. I think they're trying to break out into a chant. 3 minutes to go. Tell you what, we'll jump into the chat, get the little poll thing going. I think you should have formed an opinion by now. What do you think about Raw? Wow, big power slam. Huge power slam by Bibbs and a hurt lock. Hurt lock applied. Referee goes out the ring. So referee has gone to the outsides. Bibbs is telling the ref to get back into the ring. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Seth. Shoulder up. The visionary survives. The referee is on one leg. He's trying to get into position to hit the spear. Seth's on his feet. Ooh. Into a pedigree by Seth. 1, 2, 3. Seth wins. Seth wins. Seth wins. Seth wins. He is a visionary. He is a revolutionary. Seth wins. He is the #1 contender for the United States Championship. Bibbs is going crazy at the ref. It's not the ref's fault. It's not the ref's fault, Bibbs. Oh, back elbow. He did get warned about this. He got warned. If you're going to hit the referee. Oh, here's Adam Pearce. What did I tell you? Why? You can't do it. Don't walk away from me. Told you my hands would be tied. Ooh, Adam Pearce gets pushed into the barricades. You're fired! Fired! You're fired! You are Bibbs is fired! Live on TV? Someone in the background. Nah. Hey. Goodbye. Bibbs is fired. Oh my God. You're fired. Baby is fired. What? Says David. David can't believe it. I told you, Bobby is going to go to SmackDown. Wow. Interesting, says LSW. WWE refs do a rubbish job. Can I change my vote, says Brandon? No. Should have waited. It's your own fault. Should have known that it was going to get good. All I'd say is that I don't think it's going to drastically change your score, is it? Bibbs being fired might just lift it a little. Gives you something to get your teeth into. But by and large, you've still sat through 3 hours of what you sat through. You're fired. It's not the same without Vince. Bibby back to TNA. AEW refs are just as bad, said James. Just got in from work. What have I missed? You've missed everything, Michael. You've missed it all, mate. You've missed the stream. Bibby is going to start his Christmas vacation early. Bobby to SmackDown. Maybe. Right, where are we? We've got over 200 votes. Let's have a look, see how that's ended, shall we? So, wow. I do need that. Wow. 33% of people said 8 to 10. 32% said 7 to 7.5. 25% said 6 to 6.75. And 9% said 5.75 or below. I think this is... I'm going to probably go with about 6, personally. I think this show was pretty flat. I think there was definitely some moments. I really like Johnny and Dexter, the Miz story. I think that's pretty good. I really like the Alexa moment. Bibbs being fired at the end. There's definitely some moments, but over 3 hours, I think this was pretty flat. I think at times this was flat. And honestly, it might be the crowd. I mean, the crowd were atrocious. They were not good at all. So maybe it was the crowd. I don't know. But either way, like for me, I would probably be around that ballpark. But hey, if you enjoyed it, more power to you. If you was one of those 8 to 10s, then very good. Very good. Right. I'm going to go. I need to do the review. And obviously, we're back tomorrow. We're going to be back tomorrow with football. So we're back tomorrow with World Cup. We're also back tomorrow with AEW. And of course, we've got the New Day as tag champs, which is amazing, and all the fallout from Deadline. So we've got all of that coming tomorrow. So yeah, I'm going to go off and get a few things done before then. So a big shout out to everyone that joined us. Really appreciate the support as always. And hopefully I will see you again tomorrow for World Cup semi-final. And NXT, I was about to say AEW, NXT. Awesome, guys. Bye for now.